Okay, ist das für nicht einfach dazu.
Hello, do you hear me? Ouais.
Das war aber nicht dein Grund.
30.
Also tatsächlich haben glaube ich 30 Quadratmeter, aber keine Ahnung, das sind 10 Quadratmeter. Du wolltest gerade also irgendwas, das war jetzt. Das kommt da an. So kleine Stücke.
Et tout au fond, et en fait, t'as un escalier, tu vois à gauche. Ce serait plus simple.
Ouais, non, mais il faudrait dire aux gens que la salle 3 est dans la cour.
Mais ils ont pas mis d'affiche. T'as vu, c'est quoi? Regarde, là, tu vois. Je regarde ça pour avoir 11 4.
Ouais. Ah ouais, c'est génial. Bah, ouais, de temps en temps, tu fais des screens.
Moi, je les mets sur ton bureau.
Ouais.
Je les donne bien. C'est dur, c'est vachement bien entre ton outil d'agenda qui serait bien. Mais je comprends pas. Moi, il faut que je gère ou c'est les modérateurs qui font?
Bah, normalement, c'est eux, mais si tu vois qu'il y a des trucs bizarres, ne te gêne pas pour le faire. Par exemple, enlever les petites fautes, les petits trucs quand ça va commencer, tu les enlèves.
Oui, moi, il n'y a pas de souci, mais je veux pas.
Hello, Smita? Do you hear me?
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Yep.
Oh, that's very cool to have you with us.
Yeah, same here. Excited we are.
Yeah. Can you share something?
Sure.
PowerPoint or demo?
Yeah. Just give me one moment. Let me share my entire screen.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, is it Patrick?
Very good, very good. Let me show you.
Oh. Hey, hi Patrick.
Hi.
Nice to see you after a long time. How are you
Yeah,
doing?
yeah.
Hello, Patrick.
Hello.
Okay, all right. Can you please confirm if you can see my screen now?
Yeah, it's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
Okay. So I'm sharing my slides. So I'm just moving forward.
Yeah.
I got my information here. Also, let me just quickly see if you can see my demo screen now. I just have opened up the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. So you can see it now, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Very good.
great.
I
Okay.
think we are all set.
Yeah,
And
sure, definitely.
we start in 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Otherwise, how are you doing?
Very good, very good. I still remember when we came to India.
Yeah.
It was such a pleasure to see you.
Maybe almost a year now, right? Almost a year, right?
Yeah.
Because I guess it
Exactly.
was last June. Yeah.
About a year.
Correct. About a year. Yeah. True.
Time is flying. And what about you? Is it
Yeah.
still good for you?
Yeah. Still going good. Miss at least.
Let me show you who is with me.
Hello.
Hey, hello. How are you doing?
Pauline is trying to help me on moderation.
Hello. Hello, can you
Thank
hear
you.
us?
Hello. Yeah, that's so cool to have you.
Yeah.
Nice to
Nice
see
to
you
see you. Yeah.
after 1 year.
Yeah. How are you guys? Is it
Yeah, we are doing
working as you
good.
want? That's so
Yes.
cool.
Yeah, Miss at least we are doing good. At least the climate is not that good here. Almost 40 degree.
Oh,
But just
really?
waiting. Yeah, just waiting for rain to come down.
Oh, yeah. Finger
Otherwise, doing
crossed.
well.
I hope.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it should start raining in next 1 or 2 weeks. Let's see.
Okay. That's cool.
Right.
Because yeah, we have the same problem. Weather is kind of complicated. Like
True, true,
yeah,
true, true.
mm, yeah,
Okay. But yeah, nice to see you after a long time.
yeah. Really, the same for me. It's nice to see you.
Yeah. Thank you.
It's a pleasure.
Okay, so it's
Okay.
time. You,
Yeah.
you can start when you want, basically.
Yeah, sure. So I guess we can get started. So, hello all. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, and welcome to aMS Berlin 2023. And we are here to showcase our session on building your content understanding with Microsoft Syntax. Okay, so in this session, what we will do is we will explore Microsoft Syntax to manage content using AI. We will see how you can use document understanding and form processing kind of a models to classify the documents, extract the text, and label your documents for a quick as well as easy knowledge management part. Right. Before we start, quick introduction. Myself, Nandadeep Nathan. I am Microsoft MVP for MP65 Apps and Services. I am from Pune, India, author of three books on SharePoint Framework, SharePoint Hybrid, as well as Microsoft Viva Connection. And on to the right hand side, here are few of my social media handles to get in touch with me. And with me today is Smita.
Hello, myself Smita Nasan. I am from Pune, India, and greetings from Pune. I am a Microsoft MVP two times for the M365 development category. Apart from that, I am a Microsoft certified trainer. I have published two books with Nandadeep Nasan and with A Press, and these are some of my social handlers by which you can just get in touch with me.
All right. So, firstly, thank you very much to all of our sponsors. Without your generous efforts, we won't be able to have this kind of an event. So, thank you very much for sponsoring this event. Quickly, the agenda will be like we will have a quick overview of Microsoft Syntax. I know that most of you might also have been using Microsoft Syntax, but for those who are a bit new to Microsoft Syntax, at least we will have some overview. Then we will see like how models play an important role in syntax. We will deep dive into the more features of syntax, including content assembly, metadata search, and then the topic of everyone's pleasure, like licensing part. Okay. All right, so let's have the quick view of Microsoft Syntax. So Microsoft Syntax is nothing but the Microsoft 365 service that uses advanced content AI and machine learning to provide end-to-end kind of an intelligent document processing solution for your organization. So Syntax build on your investment in collaboration, security, compliance, low-code development, as well as AI. So this investment starts with SharePoint, the most flexible content cloud platform, so which is supporting files, site, list, videos, and many more things. So SharePoint powers so many apps and services across Microsoft 365 and customer as well as partner solutions. And then we have Microsoft Syntax, which is built on top of it. So this is just a quick video that we were going to play, and then I'm going to have a talk over on that. So, oh, sorry. So at least in an organization we have got lot many files, but whenever we have a look at those documents, at least the metadata it's kind of unlocked because we don't know like what kind of an metadata that is. So in an organization we have got various types of files including contract forms, billing statement, inquiries, and many more. And again, each of that has got certain metadata associated with that. So this syntax will help us to identify which type of document that is, as well as extract out the content from that, for example the one that you can see on the screen. And then from here we can use that to have the business process automation and ensure the governance and all those kind of a thing. So this is what is mean by Microsoft Syntax, which converts your information into knowledge. And how it does is it does it through something called as models. So there are few predefined models as well as custom models that we can build up on top of it. So that is what we are going to discuss today, like how Microsoft Syntax works and how these models help us to go ahead and implement those things. All right. So with that, with Miss at least Microsoft Syntax is built on your existing investment on Microsoft 365, Microsoft Azure, Microsoft Purview to provide the security and compliance kind of and features on top of it, as well as Power Platform so that you can have the AI builder kind of and capabilities being utilized. So, for example, if you already have invested in Microsoft 365, then Microsoft Syntax is nothing but just one kind of an add-on. That one will help you to go ahead and start using these content analysis kind of an services. All right, so let's talk about the features that we have got with Microsoft Syntax.
So there are three features currently available with this Microsoft Syntax. First is the content assembly, the second one is advanced metadata search, and third one is a content compliance. So let's see all of them one by one. So for the content assembly with Syntax, you can create a modern template based on the business documents you most use. So you can then use those templates to automatically generate the new documents using a SharePoint list or use entries as a data source. So the process lets you automatically generate the standard repetitive business document such as the contracts, statement of work, service level agreements, letter of consent, and many more things. So you can do all these tasks quicker, more consistently, and with fewer errors while using a syntax. The second one is the advanced metadata search. So the advanced metadata search feature in syntax lets you perform a specific metadata based queries on SharePoint document libraries. So you can make a faster, more precise queries based on specific metadata column values rather than just searching for any of the keywords. This feature is useful when you have a specific piece of information you want to search for, such as when a document was last modified, a specific person associated with the file, or a specific file type. The last one is the content compliance. So, understanding your content allows for better compliance control and increases the management and governance option for all your data. So, when a document is probably tagged and labeled, you have a better control over your data and you can follow regulations more easily. And the syntax helps you to ensure the compliance by using the retention label and sensitivity labels to manage your documents. So with that, let's go ahead and see what are the models in the syntax. So the model concepts is something like understanding your content with syntax begins with models. So the models let you identify and classify the documents that are uploaded to your SharePoint document libraries and then to extract the information you need from each and every file. So the type of model you choose will depend on the type of files you use. So the format and structure of the files, the information you want to extract and where you want to apply the model. So the model can be either an enterprise model, which are created in a content center, or a local models, which are created on the local SharePoint site. So we can see with that there are the pre-built models and the custom models. So let's go one by one. So the first one is this pre-built models. So if you don't need to build a custom model, you can use a pre-built model, and this type of models is pretend to extract the predefined entities from the common business files. So the pre-built model includes the contract processing, invoice processing, receipt processing, and for the custom model, the type of custom model you choose will depend on the type of files you use. So the format and structure of the files and where you want to apply the model. So when you create a custom model, you will select the training method associated with that model type.
All right, so with that, let's get into a demo and see how we can create those models. But before that, let me just show you how you can enable the Microsoft syntax. So right now I'm into the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, and once you click on Setup, at the down bottom here we have got File and Contents, and here we have got option for Use Content AI with Microsoft syntax. Once you click here, this is kind of a wizard which help you to go ahead and set up your Microsoft syntax for your organization. So it is a simple kind of a wizard wherein you can specify the SharePoint site that you want to go ahead and create it as a content center. So content center, nothing but it is a place or it is a SharePoint site wherein all of your models will be stored. All right. So once you click on that center, we since we already have it created, you can see the one from here which is already created and which is the default content center. But again, one thing is we are not limited to just using one content center. If needed, we can go ahead and create multiple content centers as well. So again, why we need multiple content center? It is because maybe we want to have billing as well as model being carried out separately for different departments in our organization. In that case, we can simply go ahead and have multiple content centers created. So as you can see on the screen, this is the default content center we have got. And once you click on models, this one will take you to the all of the models that we have got. So all of the pre-built as well as custom models that we'll be able to use from here. Now that let's see how we can go ahead and create a new content center. So for that, I'm into the SharePoint admin center. Under sites, we are into the active sites. We'll click on create to create a site. And this content center is nothing but a type of site. So by default, you will see team site and communication site. But if you scroll bit down, here we have other options. Once you select that, you can choose a template to be a content center. And let's say I will just call it as a aMS content center. So this is a site that we want to go ahead and create. I will assign myself as the primary administrator for that, so that I should be able to go ahead and create the models there. All right. So this usually takes maybe 30 to 40 seconds to go ahead and create that site. So once that site is ready, that one will be a content center as like this. And from here, we should be able to go ahead and create the models. At the same time, quickly until that site is getting created, if you scroll down to the homepage of this content center, even from here you should be able to see how your model is performing for past 30 days. So based on the classification of the model, like whether it is a invoice processing or receipt processing or custom model or inbuilt kind of a model, how that model is performing, all that information will be available for you, so that you can analyze like which is that model which is being used mostly into your organization, right? Okay, so now that our site is ready, what I will do is I will just simply replace this URL with the aMS content center, and that's it. We are now into a newly created content center that we have got. And now that let us go ahead and look into our demo that how we can go ahead and have the receipt processing as the out of the box model that we can create. Okay.
So we have our content center is ready. So now we can just go to the model section, and over there we can just check for the receipt processing, how we can do that, how we can just create that, and then how we can associate it with a SharePoint, and how we can just upload a document. So once I create a model, it will give us the all the possible options which I showed in a PPT file. So now let's go with this pre-built model, that is the receipt processing. So now we can see it's already mentioned it saved the processing of the expenses. And now over here you can see once you just provide this receipt, then it is extracting some of the content from that receipt, and it is showing you all the details over here. And all of the three formats are the different, and you can see all the extracted information over here, like for example merchant address, merchant name, then the subtotal tax. And then you can see it depends upon what type of receipt you are providing, and as per the receipt it is fetching different information. So let's go ahead and just create it. So we have to provide a model name. So let me provide a model name, and then you can just provide a description also if you want to provide description. And then there is advanced setting, so it is asking that your model will be deployed using a content type, either create a new one or use the existing one. So over here I'm just saying that associated content type, create a new content type, and that content type is available, you can see from the SharePoint document library, SharePoint list. You can just go there from on the document library, and from the settings you will able to see that. And now in the process it is already mentioned that first you have to upload a file, and then you have to save the extractors and apply the model to library. So let's go one by one. And if you have already content type, then you can just choose this one and select the content type. So I'm just going to create a new one. So let's click on the create. Now you can see we are at the first place that add a file. So let me add a file. And once we add a file, then we are going to extract the information, and you can see that the images and PDF files in the English languages can be processed with this model. So that's the limitation highlighted over here. And let me select one receipt. And now Let it get uploaded. It is uploading that receipt. It's uploaded. Let's select it, and then let me select it, and then you can just click on the add button. So the first thing is we have already done adding a file. Now the next thing is we have to select the extractors. So now it will load that receipt, and you can see the receipt, the full print model can extract, and you can over here can see it is already mentioning that it is finding all the extractors over here. So once it is done, it will give us the all the extracted information it finds over here. Now you can see it is extracted this much of data. If you want, if you think it is the correct one, you can just click on the yes one. If it's not useful or incorrect, then you can just click on the no one. So let me select all of them quickly. And then let's save one. Let's go to the next one. And then we have to apply a model. So now it is asking choose the library we would like to add to this model. So we have already library on that we will add this model. So we have already created one document library for the receipt, and we are going to add this model on that document library. So this is a document library. Yes, so I've selected the site. It is giving you the option over here like a frequent site, then the recent site. If you want to go to the show more, if your site is never not available, you can do that also. And now I'm just selecting the document library receipt. And over here you can see there are some of the advanced option also available for the views, that if you want to create a new view, you can create a new view also. So these are the options you can just explore as per your requirement, and you can just click on the add button. Once you add it, then in a background on that document library it will create a content type also. Let me quickly show you. It is giving directly option to this go to the library, but let me finish this one. Yeah, so now we have done with all these three parts like add a file, then to analyze content, and then apply model on that document library. I would like to quickly show you that once we add this model, then it is available in the document library as a content type. Now you can see that content type is available over here, the one we have just created. Now let's go back to the document library and we will upload one receipt over here, and let's see what kind of data it finds from that. What are the metadata it will extract. So for that purpose, once you click on the file upload, then there is an option for the files, and then you can just select the file if you would like to upload. And the model is already there, so it will take a 30 minutes to extract all the information once you upload that file. And another thing is you can do over here, you can just see all this data available. Like for example, there is a subtotal, tip, total, transaction date. So all these fields are available, and you can just select it and click on the classify and extract. So it will classify whatever the receipt you have uploaded, and it will extract all the contents. And also it is already mentioning that it will take a 30 minutes to process that receipt. But let's wait for a couple of minutes, or we can just come back later to check what the content extracted over here. So with that, the next one is the custom model.
All right, so let's talk about the custom models as such. So again, custom model, they are kind of partially trained by Microsoft, and again on top of that, we can go ahead and train them better. So these are the type of custom models that you will choose that will depend on the type of file you use, the format, as well as the structure of the file, and where you want to apply the model. And when you create a custom model, you will select the training method associated with that model type. So as you can see on the screen, we have got unstructured document processing. We just simply call it as a teaching method. So wherein a text is identified based on phrases or patterns. So for example, if you have a look at the letters or contracts, they obviously have certain kind of phrases or certain kind of a pattern being repeated, and this model will help you to extract out the content based on that pattern or phrases defined into that document. The second type of custom model that we have got here is the free form document processing, which is kind of a model wherein the information can appear anywhere in the document. And for example, a rent agreement. So based on what area of the world where we live, each of the territory has got its own format for the rent agreement, but the content is simple, like we we want to know who is the owner of the owner of that property, whom it to be rented, and again what kind of an furniture it is there, or maybe what kind of an security deposit and all those things. So this kind of an information can be extracted out from this free form document processing model, and obviously it uses Microsoft Power Apps AI Builder in the background for that. And then lastly, we have got this structured document processing, or also we just call it as a layout method as well. So even by looking at this diagram, you can see that it is kind of an fixed kind of an content, and we should be able to identify the field and table values on that. Again, it uses the Microsoft Power Apps AI Builder document processing for that. So let's say, for example, if you have forms or invoices, in those kind of an cases, you should be able to go ahead and start using this document processing model. All right, so let us deep dive more into this custom models. So first one is this free form document processing model, and the example that you can see on the screen is for rent agreement, and this is kind of a sample made available by Leon Armstrong, who is a Microsoft MVP. So from here you can clearly see that both are rent agreements on the left hand side and the right hand side of the screen. They have the same or maybe unique metadata. For example, landlord, premise, monthly rent, lease start date, end date, security deposit, tenant name, and all those kind of a thing. But if you see, this one is following the different format, and this one is following the free form kind of an format. So obviously the content will be anywhere into this document, but at least we should be able to extract out this content from there. Okay, so again, like this free from document processing model uses that Microsoft Power Apps AI Builder to create and train models within syntax. And because your organization receives letters and documents in large quantities from various sources, for example, email, fax, uh, in that case, maybe processing these many documents and manually entering them into the database, it can take a considerable amount of time. And again, it is kind of an error prone process if it is meant to be done by human. So by using AI to extract the text and other information from these documents, this model automates this kind of a process. And this model type is best option for English documents in PDF or image files, when you don't require automatic classification of the type of document. And when you create a free form document processing model, in that case you can use this free form selection method option. Okay, the next type of custom model that we have got here in detail is structured document processing model, which is maybe also can be used for invoices. So we can use this structured document processing model to automatically identify field and table values, and it works best for structured and semi-structured kind of documents, for example forms as well as invoices that we receive over email or maybe over the fax. So structured document processing model uses Microsoft Power Apps AI Builder document processing to create and train the models within Microsoft syntax. Again, this model type supports widest range of languages and is trained to understand the layout of your form, for example, documents, and then it learns to take the data you need to extract from similar kind of an locations. And the forms usually have more structured layout where entities are in the same location. For example, a social security number on a taxation kind of an form. And when you create a structured document processing model, in that case, we can simply go ahead and use the layout method option, right? And lastly, we have got this unstructured document processing model. Probably contract renewal is another thing that probably a best kind of an example for this kind of an unstructured document processing model. So when to use this is like to automatically classify the documents and extract the information from the document, and it works best with the unstructured documents, for example, letters or contracts. And these documents must have the text that can be identified based on phrases or patterns. So the identified text designate both type of file. It is kind of a classification and what would you like to extract from it. So for example, extractors. So for example, that you can see on the screen, the unstructured document could be a contract renewal letter that can be written in different ways. However, the information exists consistently in the body of each contract renewal document. So, for example, we might have a text called as service start date of, and then it is followed by the actual date. So this kind of an model type supports the widest range of file types and only works with files using Latin alphabets or the English characters. And when you create unstructured document processing model, in that case, you can go ahead and use the teaching method options, right? So now that let's get into a demo and see like how we'll be able to use this custom model. Okay, so for that we are going to use the layout method. So what I'm going to do, or okay, let us go ahead refresh this page from the previous demo, and we should have the data being extracted from here. Okay, all right. Okay, so until this one is coming through, uh, let me just go ahead. Okay, let me just go ahead and start by creating a model. And now that since we want to go ahead and do the invoice processing, I will just go ahead and select. Oh, sorry, I think I selected the wrong one. We are we need to create the custom model. Okay, so in that case, I will go ahead and use this layout method. Okay, and let us click on next. But okay, before that, here you can see that this is one type of an document, and from here we have got the information in the form of tables or maybe just the text kind of an thing. So as I mouse over on that, you can see that this information is being extracted as a form of table, or whenever I will click on this part, you can see it is a date and phone number and all those kind of things. So the supported file types here are PDF, PNG, and JPG, but this model supports more than 73 languages, which is a good thing. So let us click on next and give it a name like is it processing? Right. And the next thing is like we need to choose the information to extract. We need to add the collection of documents, and then we need to specify the location from where we need to extract the information, and lastly we can go ahead and apply that model to a library. So I'll just click on create. Probably will not create this model entirely. It takes around 10 or 15 minutes to entirely set up this model, but at least I will give you a fair idea like how we will be able to go ahead and create that model. All right. So meanwhile, let me just go back here to the previous demo, and here you can see that we have got the metadata extracted from the previous receipt that we have uploaded. All right. Okay. So let me just close that out, and we will wait until this model gets created. But meanwhile, what I will do is let me just go ahead and open up the invoices that we have got. So let us consider a scenario that we have got two of our vendors. One is Adatum, and we have got Contoso. So this Adatum kind of an vendor, it gives us the invoices in the form of something like this. Let me just open up that in a PDF. So this is the nicely looking invoice that we every time get from Adatum, and if I again go back and open up the one for Contoso, so Contoso again is one of our vendor who give us the documents in the form of scanned documents. Okay, so this is one of the scanned documents that you can see, and here you can see that there is clear difference in the format that they follow. But obviously, every time the information that will be shared by them will be in the same format. So what we can do in this case is when this model supply at least 5 documents of each type, so that means a datum data as well as the contoso data, and then we can train our model on that. Okay, so since this is a custom model, it obviously takes almost 2 to 3 minutes to go ahead and get it created. But this is a use case that we are trying to build, that when the model is ready, we are going to extract out the information, for example, the vendor name or maybe vendor address, and all of the items that we have purchased from that vendor, and then probably a total. Okay. Okay, so for that, let us wait for this model to get created. Maybe a demo time, it takes more time than usual time, but okay. But yeah, means at least once this model is ready, we can go into that part, and then I can just quickly show you by just uploading one document there, because when means to have this model entirely ready, we need to supply at least 5 documents, and on that 5 documents, we need to take a effort to train that model to locate where the text will be. So again, for example, if I go back to this document here, you can see that this one is kind of a nicely looking format which Adatum is following, where we have got a simple information like in a table format of quantity, description, unit price, and line total. So line total is just multiplication of quantity into unit price. But if you have a look at the data which is, or this invoice receipt being shared by Contoso, this is not the straightforward kind of a table. Here we have got item, but under the item, under each of the row we have got rate, and then we have got quantity and amount as the separate kind of an items. Okay, so now that this information is ready, so what we need to do is we just need to go ahead and try to add what is the information that we want to go ahead and add. Okay, so now that let's say we go ahead and try to define a text field, maybe the vendor name. Okay, then so we have one text field called as vendor name. Probably we can take the number field, wherein we can probably take the total. Okay, okay, it's taking time. Okay, and that's it. And then lastly, we will go ahead and use the table. Okay, so table is the entire table that we are going to use. So this is the table that we have got, and in the table we are going to use the fields which we can see here. For example, or maybe we can take the example of a datum. So we have got quantity. So oops, it is refreshing one more time. All right. So I can use quantity here, and type of this is number. Can confirm that. Next, we are going to use description. Okay, or maybe we can just simply call it as an item. Then we have got unit price and line total. Okay, so let me just do it quickly. So unit price again will be a number, and we will use the line total. Okay. So irrespective of what name is being given to that field in each of the document, we are just going to simply call it as our name, like quantity, item, unit price, and line total. So we'll just click on next now, and I will just upload one document per vendor. So here we can go ahead, create a new collection. So I'm going to go ahead and create two collection, one for a datum, and then second one is for Contoso. Okay, and that's it. So at least we'll have to go ahead and add 5 sample documents, but believe me, it takes more time. So I'm just going to upload one document just to give you fair idea how that is being done. Okay, so again, there are various data sources from where these documents can be uploaded. So either it could be my device, SharePoint, or Azure Blob Storage that we have got. So I'll just select my device, and then I will go into the sample data, and I'm going to get into the datum, and I will just upload the first file here. Okay, so once that file is loaded, we can train our model to extract the information or specifying our extractors. Okay, so this is the file which we want to go ahead upload. The file is getting uploaded. Once it uploads, we will specify our extractors, get the information out of that. Okay, so this one is done. Let me just click on done, and okay, so all right, I think we'll have to go ahead and upload at least 5 documents, otherwise it won't allow us to move forward. So for that, let me just simply go ahead and upload rest of the documents as well, because you can see that it needs at least 5 sample documents for each collection. Otherwise, it will not let us move forward. All right. Okay, still it's uploading. Okay, but only thing is like once the file gets uploaded, we can simply go ahead, extract out the information from there, which I'm just going to show you quickly, and then we will rest of the part of our demos. All right, so that's done. For the contour, so as well, I will go ahead and upload 5 documents from my device for a vendor called as Contoso. So for Contoso, again, I'm going to go ahead, upload these 5 documents. And all of these sample documents are available onto the Microsoft documentation itself. So if in case you want to go ahead and try it out on your own, all those sample documents are available on the Microsoft documentation, or even you can search for this kind of an documents, and then you should be able to get some data from there. Okay, so let us go ahead, upload these files as well. It's still uploading. Okay, all right. Okay, so now that what we will do is we will just go ahead and I will apply the extractors on only uh, one file each. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is that we have selected Contoso as the first one. So it will load that document, and first thing that we need to go ahead is extract out the information from here. And from here we know that this is a place where we have Contoso Limited. So I'm just selecting that with our mouse, and I'm choosing this text field as vendor name. Next, I will go ahead and select this total, and I will mark it as the total. Now that we have got table, so for that reason, what I will do is I can simply go ahead and select this entire table and mark it with a table. And once we select that, we have got the advanced tagging mode on and off. So for example, if we make it on, we will be able to just simply select this information and add it there. For example, if we don't make it on, in that case, we will have to go ahead and extract out the information from here. So since this rate is just below this column or this row, we need to go ahead and extract this out one by one. So we have a quantity here, so I will just go ahead, extract out the quantity. We have an item here, so I'm just going to extract out this information from here. Then we have got the unit price, so which is here, which we are going to extract like this one, and then line total, it is like this. So what we can do is we can follow this approach line by line, and that's it. We should be able to do that way. Now that, let me just quickly show you the way, like how this one will work for the other type of document, which is add item, which is a simple one. And I will quickly show only for the table, so that we can save the time for our further demos. So here, what I'm going to do is I'm just simply going to use or extract the table only, not the entire information. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to entirely select this table and map it with our table that we have defined. And here we are going to use the means we are not going to use this advanced tracking mode. And I'm just simply clicking here to define my rows. I'm just now holding the control key, and now that I can define my columns. Okay, so I'm just holding the control key, and you can see I have defined my columns, and that's it. Once we click on done, this is the column that we have got, and then again we can go ahead and assign the headers. So for this, I'm going to assign the header as description, which is item, then this is the unit price, and this is the line total, and that's it. You can see that the entire information is extracted from here, and once you click ignore first row, the first row will be ignored, and we have the entire table being extracted from here. So that was the quick demo how we'll be able to use the custom model. But just moving forward, taking the time into consideration, we will go into the next set of things.
So for this content assembly in Microsoft Syntax, so you can use the content assembly capabilities in Microsoft Syntax to help you to automatically generate the standard repetitive business documents such as the contract, statement of work, service level agreements, and many more things. So with the fewer errors by creating a modern template and using those templates to generate the document. So you can upload an existing document to create a modern template, and then you can use that template to automatically generate a new content using a SharePoint list or manual entries as a data source. So only supported model documents are over here are with the doc extension and docx extension are currently supported by creating a template.
Okay, so let's quickly have a demo of this. So now that I'm just moving to any of these site, let's say syntax demo, which we had used. Okay, and here we can go ahead and try to use that.
So let me go to the document library, and first we have to create a modern template and then we can use that template. As I mentioned that currently only this Word, Microsoft Word documents are only supported. Hello, can you hear me? Yes. So first we have to create a modern template. So you have to click on the new and the create a modern template. And then it will give us the option to upload the one document and then select the content, which is a repetitive kind of content. Yes, so now you can see you can just choose it from the different places, browse from the device, directly from the SharePoint link. So let me upload this document. And once we upload the document, then you can just select the content. So due to short of time, I will just select only one field. Now you can see while it is uploading this document, it is showing that the loading the fields also over here. So we will select the fields and then we will publish it. Yes. So let's check only for this contract date.
So in this case, what we can do is we can select all the common kind of fields, for example, client name, contractor name, the contract date. At whatever places it is appearing into the document, we can just extract it out as a field. And when you will use that as a template, when you will fill out that template, that entire information will be replaced with that text. So probably since it is still loading, we can probably skip this demo and just keep moving with the other part. But again, yeah, for example, if you have large documents to be generated, even you can use Power Automate as well. All right, so with that, let's get into the last part, metadata search.
So the advanced metadata search feature in Microsoft Syntax let you perform the specific metadata based on the queries on the SharePoint document library. So you can make it faster, more precise queries based on the specific metadata column values rather than just searching for keywords also. And the advanced metadata search let you use the metadata associated with the document to help you to locate the file in SharePoint document library, and these features are particularly useful when you have a specific piece of information you want to search for, such as when a document was last modified, a specific person associated with the file, or the specific file type. Now you can see, you might be observed that the search different from the normal SharePoint document library search. Now, once I click on the search, it will show me the data related to whatever this metadata we have selected.
All right. So quickly then about licensing part. So it is kind of an add-on license, and then again the list of licenses that you can see on the screen, those are needed for a task that needs some kind of a license. For example, generate the document, generate the metadata, and all those kind of a thing. And again, there is a cost of training as well as running the models associated with that. And you can use your AI Builder credits per license to go ahead and start training your models. All right, so I guess we are on time. These are few of the references. For example, if you want to go ahead and start using Microsoft Syntax, go ahead, explore it out. Again, at the same time, these are few of my articles available onto the Microsoft Syntax. If you just want to explore how those things can be done, go ahead and read it out, please. And then with that, thank you very much for having us here. Thank you very much, Patrick, and everyone to have us here one more time. And obviously, your feedback is very much valuable to us. So don't forget to have your general feedback onto this aMS Berlin event, as well as don't forget to submit your feedback for our speakers so that we can take that feedback positively and improve upon. Thank you very much, and back to you, Patrick.
Yeah, thank you, MS. Thank you.
Thank you for your great session and see you soon.
Hello, yeah, we are just done with. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I
Yeah,
have requested everyone to share their feedback.
it was a great session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us. It is always pleasure to present ourselves at aMS. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Yeah,
All right. Okay, so we will be around if in case there are any questions, we will have a look at it, but we will be joining other sessions as well. And thank you very much again. Thanks to
thank
all
you.
the audience. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, also was muss man typischerweise machen? Das meiste, was ihr schon kennt. Darüber diskutieren, DSFA ja oder nein. Ich sage immer, macht lieber den DSFA, weil die meisten Unternehmen haben kein Risiko.
Donc les sessions sont finies.
Wissen nicht, wie die Risiko geht, haben noch nie ein
der bezaubernden Katharina näher, die aber im Urlaub ist. Die ist heute nicht am Start. Genau, der heutige Preis, den haben wir da nochmal. Ja, es kommen schon immer mehr Leute dazu, das ist sehr gut. Und wir haben, glaube ich, jetzt noch einmal ein Groß hier, falls ihr das aus der Entfernung nicht hingekriegt habt, den QR-Code und das geht hier aber abscannen. Und dann geht es jetzt los. Wir haben 15 Fragen vorbereitet. Ihr müsst quasi schneller antworten. Wer schneller antwortet, kriegt mehr Punkte. Wer falsch antwortet, kriegt gar keine Punkte. So, also richtig antworten und möglichst schnell, dann habt ihr eine Chance. Das Ganze sind, ich glaube, 14, 15 Fragen. Es ist sehr schwer teilweise, auch die Punktebringer. Was ich damit sagen will, ist, wenn ihr am Anfang Fragen nicht richtig beantwortet
Ich kann Deutsch hören.
Richtig. Und wir haben relativ häufig Berufswechsel. Wenn ihr Fragen habt, könnt ihr hier reingehen. So, dann wollen wir anfangen. Gucken wir mal rein.
Hallo, hallo. Do you
Hey.
hear?
Hi, hi Patrick.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
Let me. Yeah. You can basically start when you are ready. That's
Okay.
When you are ready.
Great.
We see.
Thank you, Patrick.
We see right now Giuliano's screen. Do you want to move from one screen to the other, or I see also Federico's screen.
Yeah, I need to share the screen later.
Okay. So
Yeah,
you
yeah.
will let me know, and I will.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, Patrick. Okay, so let's kick off our session. Thank you for joining our session. And in this session, we are going to talk about basically intranet on top of SharePoint, and which is called Viva Connections. And we are going to give you a short overview about Viva Connections and how to set up Viva Connections, and then how to extend it. Before to start with our session, let me express my gratitude to our sponsors to make this event possible, and thanks also to the organizer to arrange such a great event. It's a pleasure to be here and share knowledge with all other great people involved in this conference. Okay, let's start now with the agenda. As I mentioned, we are going to give you an overview about Microsoft Viva Connections. If you are not really familiar with this topic, then we are going to show you how to set up Viva Connections, and then we are going to enjoy also a couple of demos. Personally, I'm going to deliver the first demo, and I'm going to show you how to play with Viva Connections and how to add cards and what kind of use case we can have there. And then my partner Federico will show you another cool demo how you can extend and customize Viva Connections according to your needs. And then we are going to wrap up our session. So before to move with the real session, just a few words about ourselves. I am Giuliano De Luca. I am an enterprise architect working at CGI at the moment. I am very active on my YouTube channel. If you want to give it a try, it would be great. I post a lot of videos, and I'm very active. Every week I post one or two videos. It's aimed at developer, IT pro, and users. It's useful for everybody in this business. I have been awarded as a Microsoft MVP in the last 5 years, and I got in the last year also my second MVP for a different category. And yeah, I think it's enough talk about myself. It's time to give the spotlight to my partner.
Yeah, thank you, Giuliano. Hi, everybody. My name is Federico Porceddo. I work at Avan Italy. I am a Microsoft MVP in M365 development from 2 years. I'm really happy to be here. I think that this is a great community and a really important event. So thank you again for our sponsor. And here's some news about me. You can find my feed, my Twitter account, my LinkedIn, my website and blog. And I work on SharePoint from 2009, and I am already a PMP contributor of this great community. So I think that we can start with our session, Giuliano, and start with an overview about the Viva ecosystem. And Microsoft Viva is the integrated employee experience platform that empowers people within Microsoft 365 and Microsoft Teams. In this session, we talk about Viva Connection, but let's see a quick overview of every feature of Viva in Microsoft 365 and Microsoft Teams. Viva supports connection, insight, purpose, and growth, empowering people and teams to do their best. But how does this happen? Microsoft has introduced a specific application for each area. And the first one on the left is the connection. Connection keep everyone informed, included and inspired. With Viva Engage and Viva Amplify, you can support a more inclusive work culture with space for conversation, company news, and shared interest. Okay. The second one is Insight. Insight improve productivity and well-being with actionable insights. You can use Viva Insight, Viva Pulse, and now you can transform data into action with workplace analytics and employee feedback. The number three is a purpose. Purpose align people's work to team and organizational goals. Viva Goals is the application. With this app, you can connect everyday work to strategic priorities. You can do goal setting and objective and key results. There is a famous framework that is named OKR, and it means objectives and key results. So you can set goal and monitor the progress. Number four is the growth. Growth helps people learn, grow, and succeed with Viva Topics and Viva Learning. With these two apps, you can give people the information they need to thrive at work with knowledge and learning tools. Last but not least, there is already a role-based experience with Viva Sales. With this app, you can improve the employee experience with tools for specific roles like sales, marketing, and customer services. Consider that all these can be reached from the Microsoft Viva Connection home. The whole ecosystem lives with Microsoft 365, so it implements privacy by design, security, and there is the possibility of administering and configure this feature on a personal and organizational level. And you can provide to the possibility of building a lot of integration with the existing system. So go to the next slide, please, Giuliano, and let's deep dive of Viva Connection. Viva Connection is included in Microsoft 365 plans with SharePoint Online. So if you have SharePoint Online, you can already use Viva Connection. And with Viva Connections, it's possible to achieve four main goals. The first one, you can provide a dashboard. In this way, you can simplify employees' days as that will become the access point for everything, for communication or work tools. And later we will see how it is possible to build this dashboard, but above all, extend it using the SharePoint framework. So stay with us because we can see together how to do this. The second goal is keep employees connected with targeted news and information from across all the Microsoft 365. There's a field system where you can aggregate news, documents, and posts of interest using AI and considering employee interest. The goal number three is related to the user experience because it's totally integrated. As you know, Microsoft Teams is the hub for the collaboration in Microsoft 365, and Viva users don't have to switch context. Everything is perfectly integrated, starting from the navigation. So navigation is another feature that you can improve adopting and using Viva Connection. Finally, you can tailor the experience to specific employee groups, roles, or geographic users with targeted news, conversation, and content powered by the AI, and obviously using the Microsoft Graph. So let's see together the next slide and the next step. It is related how is Viva Connection is configured. There are some steps that we can follow, and in order to set up Viva Connection in your tenant. The first one, you need to prepare your intranet. So if your intranet is based on classic experience or doesn't take advantage of the full potential of Microsoft 365, you should review the content and organize it in a modern way. A great starting point is the lookbook for SharePoint. It is a collection of templates where you can get inspired with this design or add them to your tenant to start building your modern experience. So take a look about lookbooks for SharePoint, because it is a really good way to start modernize your intranet. The step number 2 is set an home site. So there is a configuration that allows you to set a main site among all sites as the home site. So home site is a really important keyword, is a buzzword. And it is like a safe haven, a place where you can start your daily work. The step number 3 is enable the app bar and customize the navigation. This navigation is shared from all the app on Microsoft 365, will be always visible because it is present in the left bar of Microsoft 365. The step number 4 and 5 is related about content. So you need to create a dashboard, add cards, and we see in the demo, apply audience targeting, and then you need to prepare content for your feed. And it is related to the content. So it's obviously a really important thing in your intranet. Step number 6 and 7 is related to themes. You can add the app and themes, and you can choose the mobile settings. So what happens when you are using Microsoft Viva Connections in using mobile? The step number 8 is the end. Okay, so you need to launch with end users, and typically a change management and adoption project is recommended to carry out the necessary basic training for the users. Take in mind that users are end user, so visitors of your internet, but editors too. So you need to prepare your team. And okay, great. You can go to the slide, and Giuliano, it's stage is yours. You are on mute.
Yeah, thanks. I was not able to find the icon. Okay, so let's move on with the other slides, and let's talk about more in detail about, of course, the dashboard of Viva Connections. These slides, it's very nice because this image give you a nice overview and picture of what Viva Connections is. We have several devices here. We have a desktop, we have a tablet, and a mobile and smartphone. And we have the dashboard placed on the right. The dashboard is the part where you can see local weather and then dashboard. Normally, Microsoft suggests to place the dashboard on the right because the focus of an intranet should be always the news, basically. When the organization needs to deliver important news and critic news, it's important to have a nice place where to add this news. And that's the reason why in the middle of the screen, it's always good as a best practice to have news available there. And then on the right, the dashboard of Viva Connections with cards. In Viva Connections, we have cards. And it's nothing else that dealing with tiles. This comes from several years and right now has a user experience. And this dashboard, it's available on the desktop, on the tablet, and on the smartphone. The layout, it changed slightly because, of course, in the desktop you have more information, and in the mobile version you have, of course, few information. You don't have the full overview with news and tiles, but you have the dashboard, and then on feeds you can read the all the articles promoted by the organization. This is what the dashboard offers. There are three main pillars. We are going to see this in the next slide. These three main pillars in the dashboard are dashboard, of course, feed, and resources. In feed, we can see all news coming from the authors and the editors that maintain the intranet in the organization. And you can interact with this news by clicking on the like, for example. If you like the article, you can share it. And there is a bunch of interaction that you can do with these news and articles. You can see some analytics about how many users already view the article, and so on. This is the dashboard, and this is what it offers. Three main pillars, we said, and in the first one we have the dashboard with tiles. You can add easily tiles even if you are not a developer or an IT pro. It doesn't matter. It's extremely easy. I'll show you in the next demo. And there is an easy tool that offer the ability to arrange and create your card. You can add text, image, and a link. And then you can decide the position of this card in the dashboard. But I would say that it's better to see practice now what you can do. So first of all, let me share my screen, because now I'm going to share my entire screen. I'm going to show you a real scenario and use case of Viva Connections dashboard. So let me open, first of all, Microsoft Teams. I am on my demo tenant. Let me switch on the classic Teams view. And on top, we can see that there is an app here. I decided to place this app on top because this is extremely important in my organization. This is the intranet. It makes sense to have it on top as a first link available in the left rail of apps in Microsoft Teams. When I click on this app, Contoso, this opens immediately Microsoft Viva Connections. Now, we have a different layout here, considering the slide that I showed you before, because recently Microsoft has added the ability to have two layouts for Viva Connections. Viva Connections is also the gateway for the Microsoft Viva Word in Microsoft 365. This means that you can opt to use this layout. In this way, the user is able to see the Viva Connections dashboard, but it is also able to navigate through the other Viva modules. In my case, on my tenant, I enabled Viva Learning, Insights, and Engage. This first layout gives me the chance to not only play with Viva Connections, but navigate through the other Viva modules. Sorry. Of course, clicking on the logo on the top right corner, you can jump on the classic view of Microsoft Viva Connections dashboard. So I am now in the SharePoint home site, because Viva Connections, it's stored in the home site of your SharePoint tenant. And on the right, I have my dashboard with several cards. And then I have the Viva feed here available with the latest news coming. I can, as I mentioned, add the like. And really important, I have also this functionality save for later, because maybe right now I don't have time to invest to read the article, but I can save this article and then I can read later when I have more time. So going back to the dashboard, this is the dashboard, how you can arrange the dashboard and how you can play with this dashboard. Now, before to navigate through the dashboard, let me talk about the third pillar of Microsoft Viva Connections, which is the global navigation. The global navigation is this one. And this is very important because if you are in Microsoft Teams, which is one of the benefit using Viva Connections, the user doesn't need to open another browser to go on SharePoint, can stay directly on Microsoft Teams and then navigate the Viva Connections dashboard. So when I click again on this icon of the app, I can enjoy the third pillar of this Viva Connections dashboard, which is resources. I can navigate the global navigation, and this means that when I navigate the content, when I browse the content of my internet, I am not lost. I have always the ability to go back to the homepage of my SharePoint site, and I can always reopen the dashboard of Viva Connections. Now, let me open another browser instance that I have here, and hopefully it's not the right account. Let me open another instance. So it should be here. Just give me a sec. All right, I have opened now another browser instance with the dashboard that I opened just before. Let me go on the home page. Now I am on SharePoint. This is the home site of SharePoint. And what I would like to do here is clicking on the wheel icon in the top right corner. I'm able to open this link, Manage Viva Connections. As an editor, what I can do here is display the dashboard. And now I am landing on the site pages on this specific page, dashboard.aspx. Assuming that you followed every step showed by Federico before to install Viva Connections dashboard, you will have now this page placed under site pages in your home site of SharePoint. And here you can start to edit your dashboard. You have several views. You have the mobile view and the desktop view. And then here you can start to move the card as you prefer. I can move the today's menu card, for example, at the second position or at the first position. And then down below, I can add additional cards. If I am not really familiar in development, so I'm not a developer, but I want to create a card in Viva Connections, what I can do is use the card designer. This is an out-of-the-box app that you can find here in the dashboard. And then here, as a normal user, even if you are no experience in coding, you can start to design and decide the layout of your card. You can add here all information needed to display your card, the icon, the title, action, what the user can do. For example, you can provide just a button, as we can see here before, and if the user click on this button, open a specific link. And then if you are a little bit familiar with JSON, you can also customize much more this adaptive card. This is an adaptive card, and to make it more fancy. Okay, now that we have seen how to create a normal and easy card in the dashboard, I would say that we can see some more practice and a real use case of using the adaptive card in the dashboard. For example, here I have this is a custom card. I can display the today's menu in the restaurant of my company, so I can explore the menu. I can see a lot of information. I can also reserve, for example, a dish. It's up to you how you prefer customize here your card. Then we have other cards. For example, I have this event schedule. This is also another cool scenario. For example, if you are planning a webinar in your company or a course, you can display here all information, what you are going to deliver at the day 1, and then at the day 2. You can provide the agenda and the content, so every user that will join the webinar or the course can have an overview about the training. And then you can also provide a register button, and it's really up to you how you want to present your content. Another cool scenario here is the payslip card, and this provides me my payslip for the current month, and I can also navigate through all other and previous months. I can have a quick look about my payslip, and I can see my time offs, how many sick days I have, paid time off, wellness, and then I can also book my, for example, paid time off. I can interact directly here in the card. I have a calendar. I can decide where I want, when I want to go on a holiday. For example, let's say on Monday. Then I can submit and this trigger and start your process. Viva Connections dashboard, it's very open to many scenarios, and but it's important to keep in mind that this dashboard should be used for the most important services that you have in your company. Last thing that I would like to show you here is the mobile view of Viva Connections dashboard. Let me open now my Teams mobile app that I have here. Just give me a sec that I'm connecting. Let me see if this is the right one. All right, I'm starting now to cast and share my smartphone. All right, this is my smartphone, and I'm going to open now on my Android device Microsoft Teams. And as you can see here, I have Contoso, my Viva Connections app. I can tap on it, and I have the same user experience that we see here in the dashboard. I have on top the today's menu card, then I have benefits, I have COVID, for example. Here I can open this card, I can book my vaccine, and then I have feed. This is also cool and important because here I can see all news coming from my intranet. I can see, oh, this cool YouTube channel, let me like it. I can add a comment here. So as you can see, it's very interactive, and then other people can comment any kind of article. And then I have the last thing, which is resources. And this is very important because here you can, in the global navigation, highlight the important content for your organization. You can provide HR content, IT, sales services, about the company, COVID news, or hybrid work. All these kind of stuff can be highlighted directly here. All right, I think that from my side, this should be enough. And then I will give the ball to my friend Federico in order to go forward with the session. Federico, are you able to share your screen? I think you can go forward with your presentation. So it seems that Federico has some issue. I'm going.
I was not presenter. Okay, now yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So I can share my screen. Let me share the screen, and let me see if you see my screen. Yeah, I can continue with our presentation. And okay, thank you, Giuliano, for your demo and for your deep dive about dashboard and adaptive card. We can continue our session and talking about how to extend the Microsoft 365 using the SharePoint framework. Obviously, we can see how to create adaptive card extension. But let me talk about the entire ecosystem, okay? Because with the SharePoint framework, you can extend the whole experience in Microsoft 365. And for my point of view, for Microsoft point of view, the easiest way to do this is using the SharePoint framework. Let's see why. Because you can for sure build content-driven application, and you can create tabs, you can create personal app, meeting app, you can create a web part and page app extension. And I would like to see that, to remember that a Teams application doesn't have to be just one of these things, but also and especially a combination of them. So if you are thinking about create an adaptive card extension, think about to create a personal app, a tab for your teams, and think about the full experience. And obviously take advantage of the magic of Microsoft Graph. Okay, I think that this is a really, really important thing. Great. Let's see together adaptive card extension. How we can build advanced adaptive cards. So adaptive cards from a developer point of view, it is a component type in the SharePoint framework, okay? And with adaptive card, you can you are enabled to develop a build rich and native extension of Viva Connection. We see that dashboard and SharePoint page is the heart of the extension model, extensibility model of Viva Connection. And using adaptive card, you need only to think about the business logic, because you can generate a user interface with its declarative JSON schema. So you only need to focus on your components business logic and let the SharePoint framework make the magic, okay? And make your component look good and work across all platforms. These are one of the most important thing, because you can define one time the experience and you can use everywhere. Yeah, adaptive card extension are available from SharePoint Framework version 1.13. Now we are version 1.70.3, and in general, there are three templates of available on SharePoint Framework about adaptive card extension. There is the basic card template, there is the image card template, and there is the primary text template. All these three templates are fully supported using a SharePoint framework. And in general, you can create your adaptive card experience, okay, using the schema. There is a website, adaptivecard.io, and in this website, it is really useful for start create adaptive card extension using SharePoint framework. Now, let's see together a great and really recent toolkit named the Viva Connection Toolkit. This is in preview. This is already version released. And the Viva Connection Toolkit for Visual Studio Code. With this tool, you can create and manage your Viva Connection solution on your tenant. There are some actions that you can do this. So it is an extension for Visual Studio Code. And there are two kinds of experience that we see in the demo. All you need to do is install from the marketplace this extension and use this extension, and works with any SharePoint framework version. This toolkit is provided by the community. It is one of the most important things. So it is totally free and is supported by community PMP. Viva Connection Toolkit for Visual Studio Code is an abstraction layer on top of the SharePoint framework, Human Generator, and CLA for Microsoft 365. All operation and action are performed on the command line. So using these two tools with environment setting of your computer. This means that the feature and capability provided through this tool are available for any solution. So this extension provides the following capability. There is the welcome experience that extension detects if you are in a SharePoint framework project or not. And we show helpful actions to allow you to create a new SPFX and or a ACE solution. Then you can check dependency. And it is useful because if you need to install some tool related to the toolchain of development of SharePoint framework, you can do this using the check dependencies feature. You can already install the dependency, okay? And checking the dependency and oops, let me come back to the slide, okay? Sorry. And so after you check the dependency, you can already install, and there is one place to do this, and it is the Viva Connection Toolkit. You can start from an ACE SPFX or an ACE sample too. Why? Because the gallery provided from the PMP community is integrated in this tool, and we see in the demo. In this way, you can take inspiration and you can see the code from your friends of the community, and you can extend an existing solution and an existing sample. You can already do this from Scenario. Scenario are more complex solution, and there is so this showcase. And what is possible is see Scenario solution, which feature are provided with detailed guidance using the code tool to provide more detailed and structured option. Finally, you can create a new project and manage the deployment, the debug, and let's see together. Let's see together in a real demo this experience. So let me share my development machine, and we can start opening Visual Studio Code. And the first thing we need to do, this extension is already installed and will be available now. Okay, now, and you can find in the marketplace of the extension. So first of all, we need to open this extension and see the welcome experience. As already say, this experience understand if you are inside a SharePoint framework project or not. And you can create a new project and instead use the human command line. It is a user interface based experience. So you can choose a folder. Okay. So for instance, we can go here and create a new folder. Let me get to the demo aMS and select this folder and start insert answer to this question. So if this solution will name it hello world, okay, then you can choose which type of client-side components to create. In our case, we can choose adaptive card extension, the template, basic card template, image card template, or primary text template, and just insert the extension name and it started the scaffold. So I think it is really, really powerful and easy to create a new project. Then let's see together the other feature. You can see the SharePoint Framework Station sample, SharePoint Framework client-side web part sample, and obviously the Viva Connection adaptive card extension scenarios and sample. So clicking this feature, you can navigate and search for a sample, and there are a lot, literally tons of sample. You can search and you can obviously, for instance, look for the code directly in GitHub, or download your code and start the scaffolding. Okay. In this way, you can start not from scratch, but from existing solution. Finally, there is the check dependency that I already named, and the install dependency. So in this way, you can align your environment and you can install all the dependency. Okay, I already created another solution, and this is the solution scaffolded. And in this case, if I open the extension, it understands that we are inside a SharePoint Framework solution, and this is the second experience. Here you can connect, and your development environment, it's free. So please create a M365 tenant for development, and you can use every day, and it is totally free. So join the M365 development program. Then there are some tasks. You don't need to type nothing in your command line. If you need to clean a project or bundle local, bundle production, and obviously you have already the package feature option, and the server and the server browser option. There are already some action that you can do directly from this extension. You can upgrade a solution or deploy a solution in the app catalog. So if you configure your account here, you can deploy the solution directly just with a click. So it's really, really helpful. You can already add the new component. This is the scaffolding experience for add a new feature to your existing solution. And finally, there are all the help and feedback link here. And this is the join the Microsoft Certified Developer Program. So if you click here, you can start to create your development environment. So let's see together the scaffolded solution. I talked about the adaptive card extension in order to extend the Microsoft Viva connection. This solution have obviously the config file and the source file. And in the source file, there are the card extension, file, a class extend the base adaptive card extension, and there are some methods. So there is the onInit. In the onInit, you need to register all your view. So if you add all other view, you need to register here. Obviously, there are the property pane part. You can already add some property in the property pane, and a render card that where you can specify the default view that you need to that you want to render when the adaptive card extension is rendered the first time. There are already two views, the card view and the quick view. The default view is the card view, and here there is the feature like methods like card button. Okay, and this is the business. This is the behavior. Okay, so the description of the behavior. And for instance, you are using JSON and adaptive card framework for define that the default experience is just a title and a button with an action. And the action, when you click this button, is open the quick view. The quick view is the second way that we can that we have for implement our experience in adaptive card extension. The quick view is based on a template, and this template is in JSON. Okay, so this is an adaptive card, and what we can do now is open the PMP Viva Connection Toolkit, start a serve no browser. So with just a click, we are serving our solution. Just waiting the time that it run. And let's see together the result. Meanwhile, we can open our development environment. Okay, and I already opened the workbench here. We need to wait that everything is loaded. Just some time, sorry. It was running, but I stopped it, so I need to run again. And meanwhile, we can imagine that our experience in this adaptive card, it is not this one, so with a text block, some column, but we can already imagine that, okay, let's go. So I think that when reload message compare, we can start to see our workbench. So let's wait. Sorry, it's a bit slow. And okay. So we can think about that our JSON, it is not this one, but could be something like this, for instance. So we can add to our JSON some action, some button, and link and fire some events to this button, for instance. Okay, and in this way we can implement our business logic. Okay, so let's see our result. Okay. Sorry, it's below. Okay. Webpack. Oh, it is my development machine. Maybe today is a little slow. And I think that's other feature that are really useful. It is the possibility to view sample. It is a great access point to all the sample provided from the community, and we can learn a lot following the community and contributing to the community. Great. And the other thing that we can do is add other feature to this solution. So our solution can have some web parts and some ACE in the same solution. So in this way, you can provide feature. You can provide feature in a single solution. You can provide web parts experience and ACE experience. So it is related to what I talking about Teams solution. Team solution are not only one thing. Team solution is better if you add more feature, and the experience could be a notify, an ACE, an adaptive extension, a tab from a Teams tab or a personal app. So I think that you need to think about the experience that you want to provide to your users, and obviously extend the Microsoft Teams using SharePoint Framework, for instance. Okay, let's see if it's loading. Okay. Fortunately, we have some time, so we can wait. Webpack today is a little slow. Okay. Let me open again. Okay. Okay. The other thing that we can do is create some configuration file, and in this way we can serve in a different environment. I think that it absolutely is really useful because typically we have a lot of environments, a lot of sites. Maybe you are using site collection app catalog and you are installing your solution in a specific site collection. In this way, you can manage and serve easily your environment. Great. Let's go. Really slow today. Okay. And I don't know, Giuliano, I think time is running. Maybe we can go ahead. I'm sorry for this. Let me check if it works. Oh, come on. Okay. Okay, I think that we can share meanwhile some useful thing. Particular way I can talk about some resources. Okay, here you can find all resources we are talking about and useful information about how to start development ACE and all things related about build apps for Microsoft Teams and use Microsoft Graph too. The other thing that I asked you, meanwhile Webpack continue to load, is provide us feedback. So if you enjoy our session, you can use your smartphone and put your feedback in this form. So please do this because for us is really important. And the other thing that I would like to show is the final feedback for this session. Okay, let's show you again the resources. Here you can find our website, our feed too, from Twitter, YouTube account from Giuliano. Follow him because he's really cool. Let's see if it's all okay. Great, it is reloaded, so I can finish my demo. It's really simple, but I would like to show you the experience after the scaffold Atlantic card extension. Now you have you can add your our Atlantic card in the workbench, and you can already see the quick view experience. So in this case, this is the quick view, and this is the base view. So the card view. So if I modify the quick view and extend for adding 2 buttons, for instance, so the build start again. Hope will be faster than the last, and we can just modify the JSON, modify the user experience, and it is absolutely powerful because the model is the same, and I'm modifying only the user experience. In this case, in the quick view, we have a search button, for instance, okay? And I only modify a JSON file. So it is absolutely cool and absolutely useful. Let's go again to our slide. And I think, Giuliano, that we can wrap up our session. Here you can find the feedback from the aMS conference, Berlin 2023, and a specific speaker feedback for our session. And I think that here we are. I don't know, Giuliano, if you are already a presenter in this StreamYard link. I think that, yeah, you are loading.
Yeah, thank you everybody for joining our session. From my side, I again thank you to the organizers and the sponsors.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to be here with my friend Federico. I hope you enjoyed our session and you will enjoy the next.
Yeah, thank you everybody. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye bye.
Hello? Hello, hello. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Hello? Hello, hello. Yes. David? Hello?
Okay, let me see if sound is fine. Okay, give me a minute. Something is not right. I'm just going to change my headset real quick.
Okay. But I hear you quite well, but let's do.
All right. Can you hear me okay?
Hello?
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Let me start sharing my screen. human-computer interaction, and they can also help us to automate repetitive tasks and free up the resources. They can be available all the time, and they can be available depending on where you are, whether you are driving a car or whether you're using your mobile phone or using a desktop or a laptop. And if your implementation is right, they can also adapt to the user depending on the circumstances. But the number one reason why we are saying there's a huge demand for the chatbots or virtual agent is because you can automate a lot of repetitive tasks and free up the resources. Just think of your virtual agents or bots as another way of providing support and supplement your existing help desk. If you go with the Microsoft technology in Microsoft ecosystem, then you have to just create your bot once, and that bot can be used on multiple channels or devices. Now, channels in the context of bots is a little bit different. These channels means not the channels you get with Microsoft Teams. The channels in the context of chatbot means you create your bot once and you can deploy that to let's say Microsoft Teams, Outlook, Twilio, Facebook. You can deploy on some other supported devices or services as well, which are not Microsoft specific. And another trend we are seeing in the industry is the users are expecting the consumerization of the enterprise, and remote work is going to be the norm. So that means, like, if you have virtual agents or chatbots, then your users as well as your employees will definitely appreciate that. So we are already familiar with chatbots or voice-based bots in our personal life. If you are a customer of a major financial institution such as HSBC Bank or Deutsche Bank or Citigroup, and if you dial their call center number, chances are the first line of defense from those companies will be a voice-based bot. That bot will ask you a question, and depending on your answer, then it will provide you some information. Now, if you would like to implement a similar experience at work, and if you would like to use services that are available in Microsoft ecosystem, then we have two services available. One under platform as a service, it's called Microsoft Bot Framework. It's an open source SDK and tools, and it's built for custom bot development. You need to be a professional developer to use Microsoft Bot Framework. And right now, 4 major languages are supported: C#, Node.js, Java, and Python. However, if you would like to host your bot using Azure Bot Service, then only C# and Node.js is supported. And you can go to this link and find more information about Microsoft Bot Framework. Under software as a service, we have Power Virtual Agent. It provides you a no-code experience for bot development. It's ideal for business users and domain experts to easily build a bot. And behind the scene, it is built using the Microsoft Bot Framework. And you can go to this link to find more information about Power Virtual Agent. There is another tool available. It's an open source tool and cross-platform tool. It's called Bot Framework Composer. You can also use it for some of the advanced scenario, especially that you will be using with Power Virtual Agent. However, now Power Virtual Agent Canvas natively support a lot of rich features of Microsoft Bot Framework Composer in the new or in unified Canvas that they have launched. Now let's talk about Power Virtual Agent. It is one of the service of Power Platform, and you can use Power Virtual Agent to create intelligent virtual agents or chatbots or voice-based bot. And Power Platform, anyone can use it. You can be a no-code developer, you can be a low-code developer, or you can be a professional developer. Everyone is welcome to use Microsoft Power Platform. Power Virtual Agent sits on the top of the pyramid. Like, it is hosted using Azure Bot Service, and behind the scene, it uses all the Azure Cognitive Services for the AI features. And since it's a member of Microsoft Power Platform, it has a really good integration with other Microsoft Power Platform products such as Power Apps, Power BI, and Power Automate. And Power Automate is kind of the gateway to the outside world from Power Virtual Agent. And in Power Automate, we have more than 1,000 connectors, and you can also create your own custom connectors. That means via Power Virtual Agents, you can connect to any system or any other platform of your choice via Power Automate. So this is a typical life cycle you will be following when you create a chatbot or voice-based bot using Power Virtual Agent. The first one is you will be creating your bot using your graphic interface. Then you will start creating topics, and for that, now there is recently a cool new feature got added called Copilot that you can also use, that can speed up your development process. Then you can author topics with natural language. You can do slot extraction variables. Then if you need to integrate with other APIs, backend APIs, then you can do that using Microsoft Flow. And if you would like to extend your bot for some of the complex scenarios, you can do that using bot framework skill. Then you publish your bot to various supported channels, and then you continuously monitor the performance of your bot, and then keep making improvements in it. So anyone can use Power Virtual Agent. Its designer is very intuitive and simple to follow. You can extract the information from the user responses. It can also remember the user responses as well. And you can get started with some suggested topics. If your information is available on a public facing website, then you can use that to quickly start getting with suggested topic, and then you can start making changes to it as per your business requirements. You can also avoid repetitive conversation. Now, these are the 6 key terms you need to understand before you start creating chatbots using Power Virtual Agent. The first one is topic, which represent a conversation flow roadmap based on different needs. You can have different topic for different need. For example, you can have a topic for IT support, you can have a topic for health benefits, you can have a topic for PTOs. Then you also have something called entities. Entities help you to extract or to translate the data that is supplied by the user in the form of text into some meaningful information. For example, if you are using date and time entity, and when you interact with the chatbot, we typically we can provide the same information in multiple formats. For example, if the chatbot asks a user for the date, or then the user can give the specific date, or the user can also say 4 days, or next Monday, next Tuesday. Then using entities, you can extract the meaningful information from the user supplied text. Then you can have nodes which helps you to connect to the business logic. Then you can have triggers for various topics. You can have synonyms, and you can use variables so that you can store the user input and then use that tool for your business logic. So as I mentioned, entities assist in natural language understanding. The main goal of using a chatbot is we would like to mimic the human conversation as much as possible, and that's where entities come into the picture, where we extract data from the conversation. There will be some pre-built entities, and you can also create some custom entities as well. And once you create your chatbot, you can deploy that to all the supported channels. Like by default, your chatbot will be available on a demo website, and you can deploy that to a custom website, mobile app, Facebook, Microsoft Teams, Skype, Cortana, Slack, Telegram, Twilio, Line, Kik, and there are other supported channels available as well. And all the deployment happen with the simple clicks. The Power Virtual Agents also comes with really good out-of-the-box analytics that you can use to monitor the performance of your bot. Also, to monitor how your user are engaging with the bot, whether they are completing the entire conversation or they are just abandoning the conversation because the bot is not able to provide the enough information. You will also see the satisfaction rate, the total number of sessions. All different kinds of reports are available to you out of the box in the form of Power BI reports. With that, let's quickly jump into the demo section of of the talk. So for that, use your favorite browser, and okay, let me escape from here and let me see. Okay, so use your favorite browser and favorite search engine, and just search for Power Virtual Agents. And once you get to this link, then the first thing you should do is sign in. And if you are using Power Virtual Agent for the first time, it may ask you to sign up for the trial. You can also go to the same UI used from Power Apps as well. From the Power Apps portal, you can click on the chatbots, and you can also navigate to the same portal here. And here on this UI, you can start creating your chatbot. So here, when you click on create a bot, it will when you click on create a bot, it will ask you the name of the bot. So let's call it as aMS Berlin 2023, and then you can specify the language. And right now, these many languages are available, are generally available. German is one of them, and there are some languages which are available. Like most of these languages are now available, like generally available. So let's select English this time. And then if you would like to use a boost your conversation with generative answer, which is under preview, you can also use this feature. What does this do is, if you are using a chatbot for your external customers and your information is available on publicly facing website, you can use that website so that the chatbot will, the Power Virtual Agent will scan the information, and using the large language models, then it will give you the information back. So in this case, I'm going to skip this, but I can click on create, and now the bot is getting set up for us. And the setting operation typically takes 1 or 2 minutes. And once the bot is set up, then I will show you the various things that goes with while creating the bot. Okay. In the meantime, let me quickly check if there are any questions. Okay, looks like the bot is getting deployed. So our bot is ready. And if you look at this in the middle section of the screen, we have the test bot. So that means we can use this designer to test our bots live. And then if you look, scroll down, then you will see some of the capabilities like create generative answers, and then you'll see like how to edit and test bot, and you see also some videos as well, and you see the link to the community as well. So if you're stuck and if you have any question, definitely recommend you to go to the sub community link and ask your question, because typically like people from the community as well as Microsoft product groups monitor this community site, and you will get answer within 24 to 48 hours. Now let's take a look in the left hand navigation. So topics. So if you click on the topics, your chatbot will come with some pre-built topics, and you can turn them off if you don't want them. So these are the custom, some of the custom topics, and these are the system topics. Okay, and if you would like to create a new, then you just have to create a new, and then here you have two options. You can either create from a blank, or you can create with Copilot. Okay, depending on which way you would like to use, you can either use either way. So if I do create from a blank, then I just have to provide the trigger phrases, and it is recommend that you have you have at least 5 to 10 various trigger phrases. So the scenario that we would like to do is, okay, let's add the phrases. So the phrases I will be the scenario we would like to do is for the IT help desk. So let's say issues with laptop not working, slow machine. And if you look at advanced, then you see this one including multiple topic matches or not, or you would like to have a dedicated topic for this one. You can, by default it's checked, but you can also uncheck that. And it is recommended that you have at least 5 to 10 different phrases. Slow machine, laptop not working, issue with laptop not starting, and desktop not working. Okay, and once that is done, then you can start implementing your business logic. And here you see the plus line there. You can start adding the node, and when it comes to add a node, then you have these many options. So you can send a message to the user, you can ask a question, you can ask with an adaptive card, you can add a condition, you can manage the variable, you can also manage the topic, you can do the call and action, where you can create a call another flow, or you can call another service. And let me do this again. And then if you go to advanced, then you can use generative answers. You can log a custom telemetry event. you can do a send event and send an activity. So in this case, we're just going to ask a question to the user. And while asking the question, let's ask like, did you restart your machine? And then it's up to you, like in what format you would like to give the option to the user to provide answer to. Like you can use multiple options. You can use options from a list of variables. You can use the text box. You can use some of the pre-built entities here. And you can also use the custom entities. In this case, I would like to give multiple choice options. The first option is yes, and the second option is no. And since I'm giving multiple options, I'm asking question. I can store this information in a variable. And here, if I click on it, then I can specify. I can use a name for it, like var reboot. And then you can specify like, okay, what's the scope of this variable, whether this scope is to this topic or you would like to use this globally, like any topic can access that. So depending on your what kind of question you want to use and whether the response to this question you would like to use in further topics, you can decide to choose which what's the usage setting. By default it is for the topic, but you can also change that to the global as well. And then depending on what option the user has selected, then you can start adding additional steps to it, and you can continue with your business logic here. Okay. Okay, let me go back. And while you're doing this, you can quickly save this, and you can also start testing your business logic right within your bot itself. For example, this is test your bot. If I click on it, this UI will appear. If you want to get rid of it, you have to click close the test bot, and towards the bottom section of your left hand section, you see test your bot. If you click it, you have to come back again. And this middle section, you'll see like various options. You can see the you see the values of the variable here, and you can zoom in and zoom out. And so let's say my machine is not working. Okay, if it's able, if it, once you provide the response, it tries to see whether this response is matching with any of the available topics, and looks like the topic we created, it matched with that. That's why this topic got triggered. And now in this topic, we had this business logic where we're asking user a question: did you restart your machine? If I click yes, then it's going ahead with the rest of the stuff. So nothing is happened right now because I didn't add anything after, like what will happen if the user click yes. But this is just to show you how exactly things will look like. Okay, and now let's go ahead and quickly add if they say they restart the machine, then let's click here and add additional question. And the question is, are you stuck? Because if the user is stuck, there is no point continuing the conversation with the chatbot, right? We want to escalate to the human agent. So if the first option is yes, and second option is no, and if the user is stuck, then what we would like to do is we would like to escalate this ticket, this issue, and then we would like to notify the help desk. So for that, what I will do is I will click on add a node. And to call a help desk or to escalate a ticket to the help desk, we need to use Power Automate, because Power Automate is the gateway to the outside world from our virtual agent. So let's quickly go here and click on call an action, and let's click here called create a flow, and this will launch a Power Automate UI. And here you can start create a flow, and this flow will be part of the same solution where your chatbot is there. So this particular flow is married to your chatbot, and this is the trigger it has used, or action it has used, Power Virtual Agent. And we can add input, and input can be in the form of text, yes and no, and number. So let's add a text. Let's call it as email let's call it as employee name, and second is let's call it as CV rating. Okay, and the next thing I'm going to do is we will be sending an email to the help desk, right? Okay, send email. Okay. Send email. Let's use that. And right now, I'm just going to send this email to myself. But you can use a dedicated mailbox here. Let's say the user is stuck. Please help user. This is high security ticket, right? And then the way the Power Automate will work is if you have experience working with custom code, so treat your Power Automate as the function you can call from your Power Virtual Agent. And while calling the function, you can pass some input parameters. In this case, we're passing the employee name and severity. And then you can use into the processing. And once that is done, then you can return back some values to the Power Virtual Agent. In this case, we are not going to do that. So let's give it a name. What was the name of the chatbot we had? The name of the chatbot was aMS Berlin 2013. So let's give it a name as well. aMS Berlin 2013. Email EVA bot email help us. Right. Now let's save this. So once this is saved, once this is saved, then you can go back here and click done. And now if I go to the call and action, now this particular flow should be available. And I can use search for it, or I can also use this one. So this is the flow we just created. It's on the top. So if I use this, now it's asking me to, okay, you can call this flow directly from Power Virtual Agent. Now please provide me the information that I need. So here I can just provide hi, and here let's, instead of using a variable, let's hard code the values, but you can also use variables here, or you can just use the name of the user from here. Okay, and let's click save this. And now let's test the business logic here. Okay, test your bot, and let's reset this. My machine is slow. Yes, I did restart the machine. Okay, are you stuck? Yes. And now it should be, if everything goes fine, then it should be calling that flow. And once that flow is called, we should be getting an email. Now, if I click on this flow here, and if I go to the view details, this flow, if everything is fine, then this flow should be sending an email. It looks like the flow was succeeded, and the flow has sent the email. And now let's see whether the employee name and severity got captured correctly or not. Looks like yes. So whatever we passed, it's here. We send the email, and now we can continue with the rest of the business logic. So this was like a quick 2-minute overview, 5-minute overview of how you can quickly create a chatbot. There are some additional stuff you can do, but in the interest of time, I will move on to some additional information that I would like to cover. So You can create a personalized customer experience, and you can also have ability to transfer the control to an actual human agent. So for that, you can use Dynamic 65 Omnichannel for customer service, or you can also use a generic live chat provider as well. And if you would like to integrate custom code with your bot, or if you would like to call a bot which was created using bot framework, you can deploy that bot as a bot framework skill, and then you can call that from a PVA chatbot. Now we talked about we can integrate with Power Automate, and if you are going to if you're going to use Power Virtual Agent as part of as a standalone product, then the Power Automate premium SKU is already included. And only with an only caveat, you can only call the Power Automate from Power Virtual Agent. And we talked about this. Now there is another service available called Dataverse for Team, where it, it allows you to create a low-code, no-code chatbot using Power Virtual Agent for free within the Microsoft Teams client. And the license for Dataverse for Team is included in most of the existing team licenses. So if you would like to try out Power Virtual Agents in your organization, this can be a good way to try out for free if you have access to Dataverse for Team. However, you should use a chatbot via this program only for the POCs, or if you would like to expose that to very limited users, because since it's a free service, it comes with some restrictions, and there is an option of you launch a chatbot using Dataverse for Teams, and now you see there is a spike in the usage, and then you can convert that to a standalone version, and you can then start paying based on the licensing requirements for that standalone version. Only caveat, everything you do, like development, everything will happen in the Teams client, and the users can only use this chatbot in the Teams client. They cannot use it in other supported channels. Now, when it comes to the authentication, these are the authentication providers which are supported. You can either use Microsoft Azure AD, you can use Google, you can use Facebook, or any custom authentication provider, as long as they support the modern OAuth protocol. So if you, depending on how you are using Power Virtual Agent, if you're going with a standalone version, then by default, no authentication is selected, but then you can also use only for Teams and manual, and there you can configure many options. If you're using Power Virtual Agent as part of Dataverse for Teams, then the authentication is already done, because to access that chatbot, you had to first log into the Microsoft team. So no additional changes are required there. When it comes to sign-in, you can also provide like optional sign-in as well. So let me quickly show you that, like how exactly the authentication looks like. To do that, let's click on go to the settings and go to the security, and click on authentication. And by default, no authentication selected. You can select only for Teams, or you can also select manual. And here then you have various options. You can use Azure Active Directory v2, or you can use Azure Active Directory or generic OAuth 2. So if you would like to have the requires to sign in, there are various ways you can do that. Single sign-on is also available. However, that only supports if you are using Azure Active Directory v2, and SSO is only supported on live website publication channel and the Teams channel. Other channels are not supported, and SSO on SharePoint is also not supported so far. So with that, we pretty much come towards the end. Before we do, let me quickly show you some other functionalities. Here, if you go to security, and if you would like to share this chatbot, you can do that with other users within your organization. And when you create a chatbot, that chatbot is always available on a demo website, and you can use this demo website to quickly try out this chatbot. But to use the demo website, you have to first publish your chatbot. Once you publish, you can start using with your demo website, and then you can also start publishing it to other supported channels as well. Now let's quickly take a look at the AI capabilities. So right now, Boost conversational coverage with generative answer is in preview, and there are a few other functionalities are getting added, like intelligent chain together plugins, enterprise chat tools, and create generative answer node, which is under preview right now. When it comes to the reporting, so you can go to the analytics and you can find a different report. You can also get the information about the sessions as well that you can use. And you can find the analytics around Boost conversation as well. So if you have to create a chatbot or voice-based bot in Microsoft ecosystem, since you have two options, these are my personal thoughts. Like if you go with Power Virtual Agent, it's easy to create and test the bot. If you're going with Microsoft Bot Framework, you have to first learn like what are some of the different features of the bot framework are. There is a steep learning curve over there. Anyone can create chatbots using Power Virtual Agent. To create chatbots using bot framework, you need to be a developer. Maintenance and enhancement becomes easy, and Power Virtual Agent uses a lot of AI services under the hood. Whereas if you are using bot framework, then you have to integrate all the AI services yourself. There's inbuilt support for analytics is there. Here there is none. You have to use something like App Insights for that. However, Power Virtual Agent is a standalone product within Power Platform, and it has a licensing cost associated with it. And there are some other factors are there when it comes to licensing. There is no easy way to manage the cost across the department, or so some of the governance or management tools are not fully baked. However, it has a lot of powerful features, and you can have a really sophisticated enterprise-grade chatbot within few hours or within few days. If you compare the same experience with bot framework, it is inexpensive to begin with. However, you need to take into account a lot of other consideration, like where you are going to host the bot, what AI services you will be using, and depending on that, you have to pay for those services. So these are some of the AI lessons we learn while implementing chatbots or virtual agents across various for various customers. Like try to use AI services as much as possible, because the end goal with the chatbot is to mimic the actual conversation with help desk professional. Set the clear-cut expectation rate to the AI. Start slow, and analytics is very, very important for continuous improvement. And use telemetry to get business insights and improve bot performance, and always have ability to transfer to a human agent. For that, you can use some sophisticated tools. In case you don't have access to that, you can use like something like creating a ticket on the behalf of a user, or as simple as sending an email to the help desk, so that you are providing some kind of support for escalation. And it's good to have a fusion of tools and skills, so that you have people who create the bot, but also you have a mixture of people who understand what kind of business scenarios that you would like to automate. And with that, I always have this, like, remember, technology and tool does not matter. Problem solving is done. So that brings them to the next question. Okay, my organization would like to use a chatbot or voice-based bot. Which technology shall I use? So I always say, like, start with Power Virtual Agent. The reason it's a SaaS offering, and that's like common. That's like a recommended approach most of the CIOs or C-level executives are taking. And if you, for some reason, cannot use Power Virtual Agent, then you can use Bot Framework. And then if you are going with Bot Framework, then try to host your bot using Azure Bot Service. If that's not possible, then you can do that in your own VMs. And if that VMs can be in any public cloud, or the last option then you can do is you can also host an on-premise server as well. Now, if you would like to get your hands dirty with Power Virtual Agent, and if you don't have access, you can use this program from Microsoft. It's called Microsoft 365 Developer Program, where you have to go to this link and sign up for the program. And via that program, you can get personal Microsoft 365 tenant, developer tenant for free. That tenant will come with E5 subscription with 25 users. And it is excellent for personal training and development. It will have Exchange Online, SharePoint Online, Power Apps, Power Automate, and it also comes with Dataverse for Teams, and you can also sign up for the trial version of Power Virtual Agents. And you'll be a global admin, so you'll have all required access to play with this. And typically, this tenant is valid for 90 days. And after 90 days, if Microsoft finds out that you're using it for personal training and development and not for production use, then they will extend the trial for additional 90 days, and they will keep on doing as long as you're not violating any licensing term. If you would like to integrate your chatbot with some Azure and you don't have access to Azure to try out, these are the recommended ways you can get Azure subscription. Hopefully, the content we covered today will make you explore Power Virtual Agent, and you'll go home and play with it. And if you don't have access, definitely consider a Microsoft 365 Developer Program to have your own dedicated 365 tenant for training and development. So with that, please provide us the feedback. Your feedback is very, very important to us. There are two separate links you can use. One to provide the feedback on the conference itself, and second one on the feedback on this particular session. And if you have any follow-up question, feel free to reach out to me. These are my contact details. I'm available on LinkedIn, Twitter as well. With that, thank you very much for coming. Please let me know if you have any questions, and stay safe and stay healthy. Okay, I see there is a question. Can we see and analyze fallback and how they are handled? Okay, so for the fallback, everything will get logged into your analytics. There you can find out, and when it comes to the fallback, you will have option how you would like to configure that. Let's say if the user would like to escalate now, and then it's up to you how you would like to provide the support for the handoff. You can use the tools like Dynamics 65 Omnichannel or other live chat provider, or you can simply just say to the user saying, hey, I'm not able to help you right now, but I will help you to create a ticket. And if you're using a ticketing system and the ticketing system has a connector in Power Automate, or if the ticketing system has API support, you can use that route. And let's say if you don't have that, then you can just send an email to appropriate people, so that at least you're helping that user some way in terms of capturing the details from the conversation and sending that to appropriate person. So that way the issue gets escalated there. All right. I don't see any additional questions. So with that, thank you everyone for joining us today. Stay safe and stay healthy. And do reach out to me on LinkedIn or via email if you have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, David. Do you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you for coming, and then you can start whenever you are ready.
Great.
Thank you
I'm ready.
for
Thank you very
speaking
much.
with us.
All right. Well, welcome everyone. So this is my talk, SharePoint and Azure, how to jumpstart SharePoint development fast and easy with cloud power. Man, that's a mouthful. My name is Dave Patrick. I'm a subject matter expert with a company called Data Systems Analysts. So a little bit about my company. They've been around since 1963. Gosh, over 60 years old this year. So that's pretty impressive. They're a Microsoft Gold partner since 2007, and we do all sorts of IT stuff: collaboration, knowledge management, security, identity management, et cetera, et cetera. If you know anyone that's in the US and is looking for a job, please have them check us out. I also run a user group, Mad SharePoint. We call it that because it stands officially for Mid-Atlantic Developers SharePoint User Group. We're over here on the East Coast in Maryland, it's over in the US, but we're also virtual. One of the bright sides of the pandemic is that we went virtual, and now anyone from anywhere in the world can join our user groups. We meet once a month and we talk about everything that SharePoint delights us. So we're mad about SharePoint. And sometimes SharePoint will frustrate us and we're mad at it. So either way, it's Mad SharePoint, and we'd love for you to come join our user group meetings. So shout out to the sponsors. Without their support, this event wouldn't be possible. The Diamond sponsors, Easy 365 Manager and Hub ROM. We got some Platinum sponsors, Intelli and Elgato. And then the Silver sponsors, ESP323 Amsterdam, Mind Appeal, Granicos, and HB Soft. Thank you all. We really appreciate it. Make sure you give us feedback at the end of the talk. I'll put these up at the end as well. So there's general feedback just about how the whole event went. And then if you have specific feedback for me, I'd love to hear it. Hey, Dave, we'd like to hear more about this or maybe less about that. Whatever you have to say, feel free to give me specific feedback using that link. All right. So what do we want to talk about today? Really a couple things. I want to talk about Azure, and you really can't talk about Azure unless we'll step back a little bit and talk about cloud computing. So we'll give a quick overview. What is cloud computing, the different models of cloud computing, the types of services that are available. Then we'll focus on Azure and talk about how to get started, what things you can create. And then we'll switch to SharePoint specifically and how you can leverage Azure to create SharePoint farms in Azure for development, for tests, for all sorts of good stuff. All right, so let's start with cloud computing. What is cloud computing? It's really this idea of using a network of servers over the internet to create services, to store, manage, and process data, rather than your closet down the hall. And I come from a company where we built a $1 million server room on the 4th floor that was plugged in with one orange cord. We eventually moved to cloud computing because there's a host of problems with on-premises, right? You've got, local power outages, local network outages, just all sorts of things when you're running locally that can cause issues that cloud computing helps with. But here's the hot tip. The cloud isn't really a cloud. I actually presented a talk about cloud computing at a group of project managers, and they rightly so asked the question, is there any hardware in the cloud? There's this misconception that the cloud is some sort of magic, mystical service out there. And they had heard about serverless computing and they thought, well, maybe there's no hardware. So, we kind of have to step back and explain, well, no, there is hardware. It works through this process called virtualization, right? So you've got your bare metal hardware, then you have some sort of layer, some virtualization host software, whether it's VMware or Hyper-V or something like that. And then on top of that is where you run your operating system. So the operating system no longer runs directly on the hardware. It has this middle layer, this host operating, that allows us to have multiple operating systems running side by side with multiple apps running on top of those operating systems. And they're all abstracted from each other. So none of them know about the others. They all think that they have direct access to the hardware, but they don't because of the virtualization software. So that's what makes cloud computing possible. There's still hardware out there. The data centers, if you've ever been to one of the data centers, there's these rows and rows of blades of servers that have RAM and there's storage. And, usually there's a kid on a skateboard skating through, if he sees a red light, he might replace a board and put it on another board. And the virtualization software makes it such that you can make those replacements with very little downtime. So that's one of the other benefits of cloud computing, is that downtime is greatly reduced due to things like hardware failure. Microsoft has over 50 Azure regions, which they claim is more than any other cloud provider. I'm a Microsoft certified trainer, Microsoft certified professional, MVP, but I don't work for Microsoft, so I feel confident, saying, hey, there are other cloud providers out there. My daughter Sarah works for Amazon Web Services, and they have a bunch of data centers. It's just, depending on how you count and how you slice them. If anyone's interested, my daughter gives talks on Amazon's web cloud computing, and they talk about how many regions they have and their whole infrastructure. But Microsoft does have a lot. They're all over the world. And as you zoom in here, you can see that, over in the US, we have some regular cloud computing centers. We have some specific to the US government. I actually am a DoD contractor, Department of Defense contractor, so I get access to some of those special data centers. But over here, we're hosted in Germany, right? So there's a bunch of Germany data centers, right? So and then there's some out in Switzerland and France. So they're all over. In fact, I think it's neat. We got some down here in Brazil, South Africa. They're literally all over the world. And that makes it, again, another benefit of cloud computing is that you can put resources anywhere in the world that you have access to. And one of the things I like to do is I'll go and create a virtual machine over here in China, and then I'll log into it and test access back to the US, because we have some firewall rules that look for accesses outside of the United States, and I can test those rules by using cloud computing, creating a virtual machine in a different data center, and then logging back into our US based machines. So as I mentioned, the US DoD, now the US we do have the Department of Defense does have our own cloud. It's literally in a bunker somewhere out in the wilderness, guarded by a guy with a gun. But so does Microsoft. Has way more, obviously. Amazon has a ton. The whole idea behind cloud computing was this shift of thinking, right? We thought back in the day, we're talking like 60s, 70s, you had mainframe computers where the compute was centralized, and it was optimized for efficiency because they were so expensive. Then we had that kind of migration to PCs, and we distributed computing, and they were low cost, so we could have a lot of them. But now we kind of combine those two, and now it's back to being centralized, but we still want these low cost VMs that we can create as we go. And that's kind of the benefit here. Pay as you go, only for what you use. That's what really cloud computing brings to the table. In fact, there's 5 essential characteristics of cloud computing. This is the definition from NIST. There's a little link there if you guys want to check out the long, boring details. But basically, if the cloud provides on-demand self-service, so you can log onto a portal and say, I want to create a virtual machine. You should be able to get to it from anywhere, so ubiquitous network access. It shouldn't matter where the resources are located, so transparent location resource pooling. Pay as you go, so measured pay for service. And then my favorite one is this big rubber band ball, rapid elasticity. So with cloud computing, if I've got 2 web front ends and all of a sudden there's 1,000 users on my site, and now it's 10,000 users, maybe it's the holidays and people are ordering a lot of stuff, I can quickly scale out. I can add 2 more machines, 4 more machines, 8 more machines. The cloud is very easy to say, hey, based on demand, add more resources to handle it so we don't just crash, right? There's a famous story in the US of there's a restaurant called Outback Steakhouse that serves steaks. It's like from Australia. It's supposed to be based on the Australian Outback. And they wanted to give away coupons. This is like the 2009 timeframe. They wanted to give away coupons for a free bloomin' onion. And the first time they did it, the server crashed because they weren't using cloud computing, and it got overloaded with requests for the coupon, and it ran out of memory and just crashed. Then they used cloud computing, and they were able to meet the demand by rapidly scaling out, adding from end. So as more users asked for coupons, they spun up another virtual machine that was able to handle those users. So there's lots of case studies that talk about how cloud computing has really helped with those kind of situations. There's actually 3 different service delivery models, right? Everyone's heard this by now. Software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service. The idea is that you're either using the cloud or consuming the cloud. You're leveraging the cloud. So virtual machines, this is typically what this falls into, where things like SQL on Azure, where you're no longer worried about the operating system. You just want to use the software. So SQL is a good example. And then infrastructure service, that's more like virtual machines, where you're still worried about the operating system, you're still patching the operating system, you want more direct access. One of the ways I like to think about these models is to think about it with an analogy, and what better analogy than pizza, right? So if you're on-prem, if you're on premises, you're doing everything, right? It's like if you're making the pizza, you not only got to make the pizza, but you got to bake it, you got to set the table, you got to pour the drinks. You're doing it all on premises. And some of the demos we're going to show you today are how to build an on-premises farm, but in the cloud. So that's the interesting twist we have here. If you think about infrastructure as a service, so the vendor, the cloud provider, whether it's Microsoft or Amazon, whoever, they do some things. So in this example, if we were to buy a pizza from the store, the cloud provider provided some stuff for us, but we still have to do a bunch of stuff. Platform as a service is even more. So again, like with SQL, now I'm no longer worried about the operating system. I don't have to, I'm just writing code. And then finally, software as a service, it's like if you just went out dining, the vendor does it all for you. Some examples of that would be like Office 365, Word Online, PowerPoint Online, Salesforce.com for customer relational management. There's all sorts of software as a service providers out there. And then there's the two deployment methods. You can be a private cloud, you can be a public cloud, or you can do a little bit of both. That's sort of that hybrid mix. All together, these combine to be what's called the 5-3-2 principle of cloud computing. If the provider has all of these qualities and provides all of these models and can do it either public or private, then you're looking at cloud computing. And there's a great little link if you want more information. This was from Young Chow from Microsoft, who put this out there. It's a great way of thinking about and defining cloud computing so that it's no longer this mystery that we're worried about. We actually have a much better idea of what it's all about. All right, let's switch gears and talk about Azure. So what is Azure? Azure is all of those, right? It provides infrastructure as a service through virtual machines, a platform as a service through things like SQL Azure, software as a service through things like serverless functions. You can really do it all with Azure. And then with Office 365, it's mainly software as a service, though there are some services like the Graph API that could be construed as more like platform as a service. But these are really Microsoft's two main cloud computing offerings. With Azure, there's just a ton of services out there that you can get started with. And I teach at a couple local colleges here in Maryland. And I tell most of my students, let's get started with doing virtual machines. It's kind of the easiest thing to get started with. You can do databases, you can create, serverless apps, you can do all that good stuff. But I like to start with virtual machines, and I like to start, using Azure for free. So there's a couple different ways that you can get started with Azure for free. And again, what are some of the things you can create? Virtual machines, things like a Windows server, a SQL server. These virtual machines, you still have access to the C drive. You can remote desktop into them. You can set specific. If you need to run SQL Server 7.0 for whatever reason, you could do that with a virtual machine. Not so much with Azure SQL, right? That's not that there. You don't care about the version so much. But these are some of the other things that you can create. App services, things like web apps using .NET or Java or Node.js, Python, PHP, SQL databases. Linux virtual machines and serverless functions where you don't care about the virtual machine, you don't care about the operating system, you just, here's the code I want to be instantiated whenever someone calls my code. So different types of services is available. The good news is there's templates for creating these services. So when you log into Azure, you don't have to have a lot of in-depth knowledge. You don't have to know all the parameters and things like that. You can. There is some PowerShell scripts and other scripts you can run to create different resources. But when you're just getting started, it's nice to use these templates. These are like, if you're going into Word and say, hey, I want to create a new invoice, and you can just choose a template. Same thing here. You want to create a Windows 26 virtual machine, there's a quick start tutorial that walks you through using a nice, easy graphical user interface. You want to create a web app, there's a quick start tutorial for that. SQL database, there's a quick start tutorial for that. So it really makes it easy to get started with Azure using these templates. And again, lots of different services. There's Service Fabric, container services, virtual machines, load balancers, mobile apps, web apps, backup, key vaults, all sorts of good stuff. The good news is that when you do these templates, if I create a virtual machine, it's going to instantiate the pieces and parts, all the pieces and parts I need to support that virtual machine. So if I create a virtual machine, we'll do a demo of that in a minute, it's going to create not just the storage account and the blob, the binary large object to support to store the hard drive. It's going to create the IP address. It's going to create the network and the IP, everything we need. It's like 8 different resources that support a virtual machine, and they're all created from a single template that we use. And how do we do that? We do that through the Azure portal. So the Azure portal is a way for us to go and instantiate or provision services. And when you start to provision a lot of services, it helps to group them in dashboards. So you don't have to make use of this, but you can in Azure create a dashboard, and then on that dashboard you can have different sets of services, little tiles that represent your different services grouped together. Let me show you a quick demo of my dashboard. So let me jump out here to, this is my Azure portal, and I'll start at the beginning. So let me go to portal.azure.com, log in with one of my accounts, and I actually have multiple accounts. So it looks like it's logging me in with my Mad SharePoint, which is actually not the one I want, but we'll go ahead and log into it, and then I'll show you how to switch out of it. So it looks like this one has got it's got the multi-factor authentication turned on, so I've got to go use my phone to log into that. So we'll do that and prove that I'm not only me, but I'm also that person. I've got Face ID as well. So gosh, it's a very secure access to my Azure portal in my Mad SharePoint tenant. So there it is. This one doesn't really have much. I don't even think I have a subscription, right? So if I click on subscriptions here in this particular one, with my Mad SharePoint one, I haven't signed up for anything. If you haven't signed up for anything, this is what it looked like. Let me switch to one where I have signed up for subscriptions. I'm going to switch to my Hotmail account. That one's been around forever. Hotmail is a real old ancient email. My daughter always laughs when I tell her I've got a Hotmail account. But if I log in with my Hotmail identity to my Azure, you'll see I've got a lot more resources there. And again, it makes it a lot easier if I switch to different dashboards, so I can get a picture of just certain resources. So I've got one for SharePoint. I've got dashboards for different demos that I've done. I got one for my school where I teach. So depending, and some of them are shared. That the little symbol means I've shared these dashboards with others. So once I choose a dashboard, you can see I've got a tile for some of my resources, a tile for some other virtual machines. Notice my virtual machines are in different states. So I might have one that is stopped and deallocated with what you pay for as you go, only what you use. So if it's stopped and deallocated, I'm not really paying too much for that virtual machine except for the storage that it takes up. I'm not paying for CPU or bandwidth or anything like that. So using the different dashboards, I can go to different views of some of my resources, but you can always go back to the home and see all of your resources. And I can even use the little filters here to say, hey, just show me my virtual machines. So there's some of my virtual machines. All right. How do I get started? So getting started, a couple different ways you can get started on Azure. There's a bunch of free trials out there. Gives you like $200 in credit for like a month. If you have an MSDN subscription, so at my company, I'm in charge of handing out and of assigning the MSDN subscriptions. And as a Microsoft Gold partner, we get like 55 of them. But what's nice about it is it doesn't mean I'm limited to 55 employees. I can assign one to one employee, give it to them for 3 months, and then after those 3 months, reassign it to someone else. So I can actually stretch those 55 MSDN subscriptions to every 3 months. I move it to different folks and actually make it like four times a year, so 4 times as many as I have. There's also a way to get access through student access. So if you're signed up for a class, you can actually get credits. A little bit different for students. You have to have a school account that you can validate, and you get $100 in credit for 12 months. The idea behind a student account is that Microsoft wants you to have it for all semester. So that's why they do it that way. So it's a little less credit, but for a longer period of time. And the other thing about a student account is it doesn't require a credit card. So that's kind of nice. So this is an example of my daughter from University of Maryland. She signed up, and you can see she had, asked them for information about who they are. You say, yes, I agree to whatever the end user license agreement is, and then you get entered into the education hub. So this has worked really well for a lot of my students. They get, again, $100 in credit. It's plenty of credit to do all the homework that I assign them. I actually use Microsoft Learn to assign them little exercises for creating virtual machines, creating Azure SQL databases, and things like that. If you're not a student, that's okay. I mentioned there's lots of free trials. One of the free trials I recommend to most of my developers is Visual Studio Dev Essentials. So when you join Visual Studio Dev Essentials, and all the links are, by the way, in my slides, so feel free to, when you download the slides, you can just click right on any of these pages, and that should take you to the link for whatever the slides describing. So if I clicked right there, I'll bring it over, popped up in the other window. it's Visual Studio Dev Essentials. You can join. It asks you to say, who you are, and then depending who you are, you can go ahead and provision a Dev Essentials account. I think I've got 3 different ones with 3 different identities. Once you're in there, there's all sorts of things you can do. There's downloads that are accessible to you, so you can literally download the old project, version 7 or whatever you need. If you're working with an older, there's product keys that you can get access to. But the thing that's important in this context is that there's the Azure trial available here. So let me switch to my I was actually looking at my MCT because I'm a certified trainer. I also have access to Visual Studio subscriptions through my MCT account. But let me switch here to my Visual Dev, and then you'll see here some of the things that are in that account. And one of them is a free Azure trial. So you could literally come in here, get that free $200 credit for a month, and try out some of the cool things that Azure has to offer. Go back there. So again, it's a comprehensive set of cloud services. Good for some of these services are, by the way, free. So you can actually, depending on if you create a virtual machine that fits in the certain parameters of the free service, the free tier. So it's a certain has to be 1 CPU, a certain amount of gig. Then you can run that and won't even use up your credit. It just runs for free. And this is, again, the same screen I just showed you, the different things that you get with the Visual Studio Dev. Again, free. So, you can't beat that. The catch with this is that it doesn't cost, but you do have to supply a credit card. So that's kind of I try not to make my students do this. I usually have them sign up for the student account so they don't have to provide a credit card. I've never been charged. I've actually had both a student account and a regular account for over 8 years, and I've never been charged. When you sign up for an Azure trial, whatever kind that you do, make sure you don't remove the spending limit. As long as you leave the spending limit in place, you'll never be charged. So what can you create with these accounts? I mentioned you can create using the credits, lots of different virtual machines, and there's different sizes, right? A D1 instance versus a D4 instance versus a D. Notice as you create virtual machines, the more memory, the virtual CPUs that you have, the more money it's going to cost per hour. So, and also the more random access memory, the more money. The more disk space, the more money. These are really the 3 main parameters of your virtual machines that will affect how much they cost. So let's look at creating our first virtual machine and use one of these templates to do that. So we'll jump over here to my portal again, and let's see if we can create a virtual machine. So we'll come over here. We'll go to home. We're going to say we're going to create a resource. And what are we going to create? We're going to create a virtual machine. So there's a bunch of popular templates. There's marketplace templates. Let's go with a Windows Server 2019 data center, just because it happens to be front and center. So we'll pick that virtual machine. And again, this is just a demo how easy it is. Oh, it looks like this one requires, I picked the template that requires a subscription without any spending limit. So it doesn't look like I don't think any of my subscriptions in this particular account. Oh no, okay, that one popped up. So we'll use my Azure for Students and see if we can create this virtual machine. So this is the process. You choose your subscription. The next step is you have to create a resource group or use an existing resource group. So I'll just create a quick one. We'll call this aMS Berlin 2023. And then in that resource group, what's going to happen is all the resources that support this virtual machine are going to be under that resource group, so that if I later want to remove all those resources, I don't have to do them one by one. I can just remove the whole resource group, and everything that's in that group will be removed. So we'll call this, we'll just call this aMS Berlin demo, give it a name. So what region do I want it to? This is analogous to those regions that we saw, but notice you don't see all the regions, right? You're not seeing any of the gov ones. I'm logged in with an account that doesn't have access to the government regions. So you're going to see, and depending on the subscription that you're using, you may also see a smaller subset of regions. So we'll put this over on the west coast of the US. Actually, is Germany in here? We got Northern Europe. If we want to put it in Northern Europe, we can put it there. Availability zone, this has to do with redundancy. Usually when I tell my developers that if they're just playing around, they're just trying things out, I go, you want to use your credits as little as possible. So no redundancy, that's going to be the cheapest. So I'm going to say no redundancy. security type, what kind of virtual machines do you want? There's some specifics in there. The image, this is important. The template chose this for us, but we do have an opportunity here if we wanted to change our image. Some of the images will actually have software preloaded. So right now, the Windows Data Center is going to have some software, the operating system and some additional support software for the data center. But if I wanted, I could change this to a Visual Studio 2022 image that's going to have Visual Studio already pre-installed, which is really nice if you're a SharePoint developer and you want to use Visual Studio for some SharePoint development. That might give you, just save you a few steps. So we'll go ahead. We're going to stick to the script and just pick the 2019 image. There's options to get even more discounts. The size is important. So you want to pick a size where it's going to run acceptably, but at the same time, I like to choose a size that's smaller so that I'm not using my credits at a horrendous rate. So in this case, one virtual CPU with 4 gigs of memory. Maybe this is just a little AD machine, or depending on what I need it for, I might choose a larger size. But again, notice if you choose more CPUs, it's going to cost more. So I'm going to go with the smaller one at the moment. Username and password, this is whatever you want to call it. There are rules, though. You can't just make a simple password. It's going to holler at you. Yep, it says you got to have, one lowercase, one uppercase, one number, and 12, at least 12 characters long. So, make sure you choose something that fits all the rules. And you got to do it twice. And then if you get it right, you get all the check marks. That's good news. And then this is important too. A lot of my students, when they first do this particular exercise, they'll choose none, and then they can't get access to their virtual machine. So at the bare minimum, you want to leave on the firewall. You want to be able to remote desktop. That's what RDP is, remote desktop back to your virtual machine. So I recommend leaving at least port 3389 open. If you know you're going to be doing stuff on the web here, you might actually open up, 80 or 443, whatever makes sense. I'll go ahead and open those up just for fun. You can always come back later to the overview and open up ports. Even if I left off remote desktop, I can still go into the portal and then change the, what ports are open. So we'll go ahead and select those and say next. Then these are just a bunch of others. For the most part, I'm just nexting. I'm just clicking yes, yes, yes to all these, except for here. The disk type, I usually recommend to my developers to change from the premium to something less than premium, because premium means it's going to charge the most money for my stored disk and use up my credits at a faster rate. We don't really want that. We want to optimize our credits no matter what kind of trial I'm using. So I'm going to change that to, let's see, standard. I'm even going to change it from standard SSD, which is a little better than HDD. Again, this is not, you can see from the description, non-critical, infrequent access. For development, that sounds perfect for me. I can really stretch my credits this way. So I'll make it standard HDD instead of standard SDD. Everything else, I just usually like to leave the rest. There's, let's see, networking. You can see some of the, it's going to create a subnet for me, an IP address for me. So some of the settings and some of the additional resources it's going to create. There's a management for if I want to log in with Azure AD. I do like to turn auto shutdown. Again, a lot of times my students be working on these virtual machines and then they forget to shut them down and it uses up the credits because they left them running. So I recommend they shut them down. It'll send me an email. I can say, hey, I can enable backup, but I like being notified that they're being shut down every night. So I usually do turn that on. Next. Some other options with if I want alerts, boot diagnostics, things like that. And then finally, if I want to put a tag on it, if I want to know who this virtual machine's for, you can do things like that. You can come in here and say, hey, I want to go ahead and this is for which department is this for? This is for the HR department, or this is for homework 5 or whatever makes sense. I can go and add a tag. Once I'm done filling out the template, then it makes sure I got all the information correctly. It gives me an estimate of how much this machine is going to cost to run per hour. And if everything works out, it'll give me a thumbs up and I can go ahead and create the provision, the virtual machine. If not, if I've made a mistake somewhere, it'll give me a little warning. It'll tell me where I got to go back and fix it. If it looks like I got everything right, validation's passed. It's going to be about 11.5 cents an hour. So I'll go ahead and say run. Before I do that, notice there's also a template for automation. So I don't have to do this every time, right? If I want, I can download this template and it gives me the code in JavaScript object notation. So it even gives me, you want the PowerShell code, you want the Azure command line interface, here's the template, here's the parameters, whatever you need so that you could run this automated. So if I want, I can actually run up, schedule a PowerShell job to go ahead and create this, to work on it all week, and then tear it down when I'm done. It's cloud computing is all about being able to create the resources, use the resources, and then turn them off when you're done. In this case, I'll keep it. I'm not going to use the template. I'm just going to go ahead and click create. So it's going to take a few minutes to go out and initialize that deployment. That's what's going on up here, and then it will provision the. In fact, we can look at it. Let's go ahead and click on the little monitor here, and we'll see what's going on. So it's initializing the deployment, and then we'll see how far along it is. So it hasn't created any resources yet, but that's what it's doing through. It's going through and it's looking at what needs to be created, and then it's going to start creating the virtual machine, the storage account, the IP address, the virtual network, the network security group. So all those different resources that are needed to support a virtual machine, it's going through and creating them. And once it gets all 8 or 9 done, it'll give me a pop-up and say, hey, it's been created. You can now go to your resource and either connect to it or manage it or whatever you need to do to it. So we'll go ahead and switch over here and just show you what it did. Oh, and by the way, Microsoft Learn has I walked through the portal version of this quick start. There's a whole, I've got the link in here if you want to see the step-by-step details, but there's also a PowerShell version, a command line interface in Azure version, which is, if you're interested in that, this little guy up here. What this little guy is called the command line interface. And what it does, oh, here we are. So, this is an example of an overview of one I created earlier. But if I click on this little Cloud Shell, the command line interface, it gives me PowerShell in my browser connected to my Azure resources, which is really great if you're on a machine that you don't have admin access to. So you can literally go to the Cloud Shell and you can run a bunch of PowerShell commands, and you can, and it doesn't need any access to any local resources here. So now I can come in here and run different commands in the Cloud Shell. That's what the Azure CLI is. All right. So yeah, there's tutorials for all that. What about SharePoint? So SharePoint, lots of documentation out there to create different farms in SharePoint. You can create a 2013 farm, a 2016 farm, a 2019 farm. They're all on premises, but hosted in the cloud. And that really blows people's minds sometimes. You're like, what do you mean? I thought, because when you think of SharePoint in the cloud, you think of SharePoint Online. And there's a link to get your own tenant. I'll show you that at the end. That's great if you're doing all SharePoint Online. But I know a lot of folks are still working with SharePoint on premises. As we do our migrations, you need to do some testing. You're working things out. And it's nice to have your own SharePoint farm that you can turn on, play with, and turn off. And this is one way to do it. This link here walks you through step-by-step how to run PowerShell commands to use Azure to create the virtual machines. It actually ends up creating 3 virtual machines, one for the Active Directory, one for the SQL Server, and one for the web front end that support the SharePoint farm. It is a little intense. There's phase 1 where you have to deploy a virtual network and a domain controller. So there's a bunch of PowerShell for that. There's another phase where you're creating all the other resources. So there's PowerShell commands to create all those resources. It's a little intense, and hence the shocked look there. There is an easier way, and the easier way to get SharePoint in Azure was promoted years ago by a friend of mine, Keith Mayer from Microsoft. He actually had this nice little document out there. It's no longer out there. I keep this for archive purposes. But the good news is the template's out there. So you can go out to Azure and you can say, I want to create a new SharePoint farm, and it will create, just like we did with the virtual machine, the 3 virtual machines that support a SharePoint farm: the Active Directory, the SQL, and the SharePoint. And then what you can do is you can add to it. So in this case, this is a 2013 farm, but I can add a web front end that runs 2016 that can take advantage of the Active Directory and the SQL box. So I can actually have 2 farms. I can have a 2016 farm that's these 3, and I can have a 2013 farm that's these 3. So you can really do some interesting things with some of these templates. So here's some screenshots of what the 2013 farm looks like. You go to Azure, you say I want to create a new SharePoint farm, and you choose between high availability or non-high availability. I always recommend non-high availability. Again, it's going to be cheaper to run. If it was production, I'd go high availability because you really want you want multiple machines, but it's going to cost you more. If you're just doing development, I choose 9 high availability. I don't need all that redundancy. And this is what it looks like. I think the screenshots are going to be a little more updated if you go out to the current portal. But to give you an idea, you go, just like we did with the virtual machine, you choose a name, a subscription, you create a resource group, where is it going to be located? You choose a size of the different storage accounts. Again, the smaller, the cheaper, the bigger, the more expensive. And then you can literally bring up your SharePoint farm. And I've done this earlier, so let me flip back to my portal real quick. This is one that I did earlier. You can see I've got my Active Directory, my SQL box, and my SharePoint farm. And so if I click on this guy, let's look at the web front end here. I earlier went and ran this. So if you look, you can see I started the virtual machines. When I'm done with them, I turn them off. So I don't have to pay, I don't have to use the credits. I only start them as needed. And then over here, you can see this is the DNS name for that particular SharePoint farm. And I can go copy that and go out to it. And should be able to log into this thing. It's been a while since I logged into this particular one, but we'll see if it has my credentials stored. And while that's coming up, I'll peek over here. I don't see any comments out there. So if you have questions, put them out there, and the moderator hopefully will put them out in the comments so I can see them, or they'll let me know. We'll have a few minutes at the end for the questions while this guy pops up. But this is my SharePoint in the cloud. And let's see if I remember my log on. And it should bring up, I think this is a 2013 box, which is why I called it SP13. Which again, using the virtual machines in Azure gives me that full control. I can have a 2013 box to a specific version. I can have a 2016 box, a 2019 box. So if I'm trying to troubleshoot something, I can really have total control over recreating the environment to match whatever environment I'm trying to work against. So while this guy comes up, we'll flip back over here and just talk about some of the other things you might need to know. So we're happy now because the template makes it really easy to create a virtual machine. I've got this demo that you guys can download and look as I walk through the template that I just showed you. You can add other boxes. You know, how hard is it to add a virtual machine for 2016 on a 2013 farm? Just like we did with the virtual machine. You walk through, you install 2016 on it, and then, you know, just like a regular on-premises install. The one thing I noticed is walking through the install, the F drive doesn't map right away, so you might have to do a restart. But other than that, it goes pretty smoothly. The other thing is if you're adding a virtual machine to an existing farm, you really want a new farm, right? So if you use the template to create a 2013 farm and then you want to create a 2016 farm on top of that farm, you're not connecting to the existing farm. You're just using the resources. So you're really creating a new farm. So I put that out there, just giving everything a new name. But it is pretty easy to add yet another farm on top of the farm that was already created. I know that's surprising. I always think it's amazing how easy that is. So there's a lot of great information out on Microsoft Learn on how to design these SharePoint server farms in Azure. If I click this link, I'll show you what some of those resources. So they talk about you know, from a pie in the sky, from an architecture view. You have to create resources. You have to set up the connectivity, define the storage, create identity, security, create the virtual machines. The template walks you through it. This just gives you some background information about all the different options and things, but I do find this really useful to read through so you understand what the template's doing. Again, you can get started with your Azure account free, either through a student account or Visual Studio Dev Essentials. Microsoft Learn has lots of more information about quick starts and tutorials. And one of the things I really love about Microsoft Learn, if people think Microsoft Learn is just documentation, it's way more than documentation. Microsoft recently, in the last year or so, moved all their official curriculum, the stuff that we used to charge $3,000 for, and to teach as a Microsoft certified trainer, we would teach it in the classroom. They made it available for free through Microsoft Learn, where you can literally do exam certification prep, all through Microsoft Learn. But one of my favorites is that most of these Azure modules that you do have these sandboxes that you can create. And when you create a sandbox, you don't even need Azure credit. It's completely its own tenant, its own directory in Azure, where you can get like either 4 hours or 8 hours to do an exercise. So in this one, if you want to create a virtual machine using the Azure portal and you're working through the Microsoft Learn documentation, you can activate the sandbox with no credit whatsoever, do the exercise, and when you're done, the sandbox does go away. So after 4 hours, nothing you're doing is going to be saved, but it gives you that opportunity to work through the exercise and complete it. So here I am. I'm in Microsoft Learn. I'm going to go ahead and activate a sandbox. It goes out and checks, make sure I haven't. There's like a limit of 10 sandboxes a day you can do. Make sure I'm logged in with an account. You can't do it anonymously. And apparently I can't be a robot. With the rise of AI, right? Everything's AI now. So one square that shows two identical. I swear sometimes I think the robot would be better at this than I would. I got to give permission. So literally, Microsoft Learn is going to add a subscription to my account. So I'll say yes, you can go ahead and do that. And now I'll have that sandbox for however much time I need to complete the exercise. And I think this is just a fabulous free resource from Microsoft to make it really easy for folks to get started playing with Azure for all sorts of cool things like creating virtual machines. So you can see here it's going through, it's adding that free resource to my account. And once it's done, I'll be able to just log into that particular directory in my Azure portal and make use of those resources. So while that's doing that, let's flip back here and see if my SharePoint ever came back up. Hey, there's my SharePoint. So this is the one that we created using the SharePoint template located at this URL, and you can see it looks very much like a SharePoint 2013. It's got web parts that I created using the old SharePoint add-in model. It's got Link, which is language integrated query. It's got Camel. It's got all the good stuff that if you're a 2013 dev, you might see there. There's my sandbox. So this one's only an hour sandbox because it takes like 5 minutes to get through this exercise. And you can see this is my first sandbox today. I can do 9 more to play around with the different exercises. So a lot of good information there. I definitely recommend taking advantage of the Microsoft Learn sandboxes. The other thing I'll mention before I wrap here is there's also SharePoint Online, and you can get through that free through the Microsoft 365 Developer Program. It's a free developer sandbox that gets renewed every 90 days as long as you use it. I've had one for 9 years. I keep using it. Every 90 days I get an email. Congratulations, you were using your sandbox. We're going to renew it. It's an E5 developer, Office 365 E5. 25 users, not for production, but for exam prep, for demos, for training. You can load sample data packs. So literally you just say, hey, I want to join the program. You join, and it will provision all that stuff for you. I think it does a little check with your cell phone number and maybe a credit card, but it really is another great resource to get SharePoint online. So between these two things, you can use Azure to build a SharePoint on-premises farm hosted in Azure, and you can use the Microsoft 365 Developer Program to have a SharePoint online tenant. You really have all spectrums, all flavors of SharePoint available to you for free. If you have any questions about that, shoot me a tweet. You can tweet me at David E. Patrick. I love getting questions. I thank you for your time. Hopefully you got a nugget or two of knowledge out of this, and have fun playing around with Azure and have fun playing around with SharePoint. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Enjoy the rest of the conference. Don't forget to do the feedback.
Thank you very much for the session.
Und ihr könnt dann nochmal unterscheiden dazwischen, ob ihr externe einladen wollt oder auch nach extern eingeladen werden wollt. Also wollt ihr nur hosten oder wollt ihr auch Teilnehmer woanders sein? Finde ich eine ganz gute Sache, dass man es da so schön konfiguriert.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, perfect. I think we are live. So, welcome to a new session in the aMS event happening in Berlin this day, 15th of June 2023. My name is Juan Carlos González. I'm a Microsoft 365 Apps and Services MVP. And in this session, I'm going to talk about, let me check, actually, I'm doing things well. I'm going to talk about an interesting topic that is a stream on SharePoint. Yeah, I will be sharing my slides now. So before this introduction, I'm going to share my screen so you can see actually the content. So there we go.
Hello, Juan Carlos. Can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, we're really happy to receive you. Sorry, because yeah, we were mapping this. So I will share your screen and you will be able to start. Okay.
Okay. So can you see my screen now?
Yeah, I just had it. It's now on live. Okay.
Okay. So I can restart. That's fine.
Let's go, Juan. Thank you.
You're welcome. So yeah, hello everybody. Welcome to a new session in the aMS Berlin 2023. We are part of this event. This is an online room, and I will be speaking about the stream on SharePoint, an overview. My name is Juan Carlos González. I'm a Microsoft 365 Apps and Services MVP, and I'm also a Microsoft 365 SME Delivery Manager at Rico Spain. A little bit more about myself. Here you can see some of my contact details, just in case after this session you need to ask me anything around the topic we are covering today or any other thing related to Microsoft 365. Of course, I cannot start my session without saying thank you to our sponsors. Without them, these kind of events wouldn't be possible. So they are very important. We as community can deliver as many community events as possible. So thanks. And yeah, I have a full pack agenda where I will be trying to cover almost everything about the new stream totally based on SharePoint. So we will be cover all of the topics you are seeing here, stream on SharePoint, of course, the stream web apps, video web parts, video portals and pages, the stream mobile app, how we can create a playlist for our stream videos, and how, of course, stream is integrated in Microsoft Teams. And last but not least, we will be talking about how to migrate from classic stream to a stream on SharePoint. And of course, what is coming. So talking about a stream on SharePoint, what's in the box? This is a kind of a typical architecture slide where basically you can see actually the key building blocks of a stream on SharePoint. As you can see here, the idea is that in a stream on SharePoint, we can support multiple video files. That means MP4, MP3, WMV, and so on. We can upload the videos directly to the stream app or OneDrive for Business or SharePoint Online or indeed anywhere around Microsoft 365. Then, once we have the videos in there, the idea is that we are going to have advanced capabilities to manage or to enhance our videos. That means having transcripts, chapters, comments, chats, and so on. And lastly, we are going to be able to consume videos from the stream web app itself, SharePoint, OneDrive for Business, Microsoft Viva Engage, Microsoft Teams, of course, and anywhere in Microsoft 365. So what are the main building blocks we have today in the stream web app? Well, as you can see here, we have two main building blocks. First of all, the start page of Microsoft Stream that is focused on video content management. That means that from there, we can create new content, either by uploading a new video or just recording a video. I will show this in a demo. Or we can find new and recently seen videos, discover new videos, and so on. And of course, we can manage video in a very simple way by favoriting videos, organizing them in playlists, and so on. Then we have the Stream app, of course, that is built on top of SharePoint. And in there, we are going to have features such as enhanced playback and video tuning features, as I mentioned before, transcripts, captions, chapters, sharing, background noise suppression, and so on. We can create new content in there. We can add videos to playlists. We can, of course, make use of copy and move video features we have. We can easily share. Since the Stream Web App is totally based on SharePoint, we are going to take advantage of all of the features we have in there. This is the Stream start page. I will be showing you in a demo. And as I was saying, from here, we are focused on content creation, either by uploading, recording, or just adding videos to the playlist. We can find recommended videos. We can organize and discover and favorite content in there. And of course, when we decide to go to a video, we can start playing with the different videos we have to enhance our video experience. From there, we can again record a new video, we can upload the video, we can add to the playlist, and focus on a specific video, we can do some video fine-tuning. That means that, for instance, we can review the transcript, we can add chapters to the video, we can comment on the video, we can see analytics on the video, or we can enable noise suppression. And of course, we have the video details. And sharing your video is also another option that is in there. Okay, very well. So talking about sharing a video, we have like different options in there. So we can use the familiar sharing experience we have in SharePoint and OneDrive, where we can easily share any kind of video of file. So sharing a video is just sharing a file, but it's a video file type. And then we have also the possibility to either embed the video. We can embed a video in, for instance, with a page on a SharePoint site, or yeah, we can make use of other options in there. So those are the sharing options we have in here. Sharing by using this familiar share experience, by copying a link to a specific time frame in the video, or just by embedding the code. And of course, if we are using the standard sharing features we have across Microsoft 365, we can manage access, remove, sharing links, and so on. So those are the embedded code settings. And then, of course, through the Stream Web Apps, we have different options also to manage our videos. So for instance, we can play back the video at different speeds. So we can move from 0.5 to 2, all the different scales in the middle. So the idea is that we can play the video at a slower or faster speed. We have video analytics for our videos. This is interesting because it's taking advantage of the SharePoint or OneDrive analytics we have behind the scenes. So we can see over the time, and this is limited to 90 days, what is happening with our videos in terms of number of views, in terms of number of unique viewers. So those are the video analytics, as I was mentioning. And then, as you can see here, we are focused on the transcript of the video. So we can see what has been spoken in the video, and even it can help us if we don't speak the language to properly understand what is happening or what is being said on the video. And of course, we have video transcript search. So if we need to go to a specific search term or to a specific moment in the video, we can easily find that moment by doing search in there. Then what about the Stream Web App and recording with the Stream? Well, this is very interesting. So Stream is not only a video to manage video, to upload our videos, but also to create videos. We can create short videos. We can make use of the screen capture. And in our videos, if we are recording ourselves, we can add rich features such as backgrounds. We can even make use of green screen. We can add text, filters, GIFs, stickers, and many other things. And of course, once we are done with our video, before actually save the video, we can always do some editing. That means that we can do some video trimming, so we can remove unnecessary parts of the video. We can do some splitting, and we can even enhance the video with music. That's very interesting. And everything is in the box. And over the coming months, we are going to see more features that are making Microsoft Stream a really video enterprise platform, in my opinion. So this is actually a good example, a real example, because you can see myself here with less hair. And actually, you can see in this recording of myself that I was using a portrait. I was putting me as a speaker in the middle of the recording. I also put a background and some text in there. As I was mentioning, you can add even stickers. You can even put a blackboard in there. So you have many possibilities available to you. So this is the backdrop or background. the same experience we have today in Teams. The video tools you have in there, so you can actually, text can be handwriting. You can use your ink. You have a touch device, and you have your pencil to write in the device, and do some other things. And this is a port added to the recording, yes. And of course, the frame. So let's go for demo one in terms of a string web app, how it looks like, what is possible in there, and what are the options. So still sharing my screen, I'm going to move through the browser in here. And this is just a regular Microsoft 365 tenancy. And this is the home page. And what I'm going to do first is to click on a string icon in here. So once I do that, immediately the string web app is going to open. And as I was mentioning in the slides, you have the possibility to either upload new content here. So you can choose any video you may have in your PC. In this case, for instance, I already have a video somewhere. Let me find it. This is webcast. And yes, there we go. And I have this video that I can upload to a stream web app. It's going to be uploaded over there. You can click on press on recording, so you can create a recording, or the next thing you can do is just to create a playlist or to add the video to an existing playlist you have in your tenancy. Okay, I think because I'm using a StreamYard, we are going to have a weird experience maybe with the screen sharing. So I can wait in here. So let me see. I don't know if the video actually is being uploaded. So I'm going to refresh the page in here because obviously it's not doing the thing properly. Okay. Yeah, I think I had to wait. While this is happening, I'm going to do like vPran. I'm going to start a virtual machine just in case we need to work better there because of my device. So let me hold on a second. We are almost there. So it's just to avoid demo gods in here. So no, not this one. Wait, hold on a second. Okay, let me sign out. Oh, okay. I need to move to this one. Yeah, hold on a second. I will find here my virtual machine, and I think the demos are going to work better in there. I hope. Yeah, this is the virtual machine I was talking about. So let's give some time after the machine starts. And I think this is okay. While this is loading, in here you can see the different videos I have in the stream web app. The stream videos are coming from OneDrive or come from SharePoint sites. That's the way it works because everything is stored behind the scenes on SharePoint, OneDrive, and so on. And hold on a second while the virtual machine is started. Yeah, here we go. So I think we are going to have better experience doing demo from the virtual machine. I knew this may happen, but no problem. We always have a solution. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, I think it's going to work better in here. Hold on a second. Once we have everything ready. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to open again the office.com page in here. That's cool. And now I'm going to access the stream. Web app, there you go. For some of the demos, I will have to disable my camera. That's not going to be a problem. So yeah, let me actually open the classic screen in here because I'm going to download the video. Oh, sorry. Classic here. There you go. So we can find actually how the experience of loading a video looks like. So I'm going to discover the videos I have in the classic stream. By the way, you can see this banner here that is telling you should move forward to the new stream on SharePoint. So I'm going to look for the videos. There we go. And I'm going to download this one, for instance, the market roadmap. That's absolutely fine. And let me repeat the demo now. It should work. So I'm going to download the video. That this should be in the downloads folder. There we go. I'm going to click on open. And the file is going to be uploaded somewhere. And I should be able to see at some point in here. Anyway, it's working. The only thing I can do in here is, to click on recording. I think this is not going. Okay, maybe something is wrong with the stream web page actually, not the program of my demo. So sorry for that. The other thing you can do in here, as you can see, is to click on playlist. If working or not, I don't know. So let me rephrase this again. Okay, exit the page. Okay, maybe it's a problem with the stream app. I don't know. Okay, the playlist now is working. This is good, redirecting you to create a new playlist. Actually, I'm not going to create a new playlist. This is based on Microsoft List. I can show you actually a playlist already in my tenancy. So you can see a demo working in here. So this is actually how a playlist looks like. And as you can see here, I have different videos. I can move through the videos. I can even play the videos in here without problems. So this should start playing. There you go. You have here the stream, the stream player working with everything, and you have different options available in here. So coming back to the stream web app, as you can see, I cannot show you how the Adobe is working because obviously it's not working. You can see different videos. You can share videos from here. So you can share to teams, for instance. You have 3 dots. You can click again on share to teams, open the file. You can add to calendar to do, or you can just simply favorite the video. If I click on a specific video, that was, by the way, the stream playlist, you're going to see actually the video, how it looks like in the stream web app. As you can see in here, what I have is a layer on top of the SharePoint site, let's say that, because indeed, behind the scenes, this is totally based on SharePoint. And the cool thing in here is that I have this new stream web app, familiar user experience. I can again play the video in here. It's starting to play. I can click on new. I can start the camera recording. I'm not going to do that until I disable the camera. I can do screen recording, or I can again upload the video. I can add this video to the playlist. It's going to open again the experience you saw where I can create a playlist. And then I have familiar tools I have in SharePoint and OneDrive. I can move the video, I can copy the video, or click on the 3 dots, download the video. This is totally safe on SharePoint. Indeed, you can see here, this is in this folder in this SharePoint site. In here, you have the details of the video. So you can see actually this video, the video date, no expiration for this recording because actually it's a Teams recording, number of views, the path of the video, and you got additional details. Here you have the different video settings for the video. So I can click on video settings, and then you are going to see all of the themes we already saw in the deck. So I can put a thumbnail for the video. I can disable or enable the about video. I can see the transcript. I can generate if the transcript is not in there. I can create my chapters in here, or I just simply enable the commenting part and analytics. If I move to the chapters, I can start creating the chapters. I can move across the time frame of the video and start adding the chapters. So I can simplify how my end users are going to navigate through the video. If there are comments, I'm going to see here. I can mention people. For instance, I'm mentioning Patty. And I'm going to click on the send. And then I have the analytics part. As you can see here, I'm seeing the analytics for the last 7, 13, 80 days. That's the maximum period you can see information, and this the standard, let's say, Office Microsoft 365 retention period for data analytics. And then in here, you have the sharing options available. So I can share the video. And once I was saying the familiar sharing experience, I was meaning this. Because in here, you can say to whom you want to share the video, which permissions, edit, view. You can see the sharing settings. You can move from only people in Contoso in this case to people with existing access or people you choose. You can block the download of the video if the permissions is the permissions given are view permissions, and so on. Then you just can copy link, essentially the same, but in this case you are going to copy the link and you are going to paste on Teams or any email you are creating or on another location. So you are providing access to this video through this sharing link. Then the last sharing option you have is embed code. In here, you can decide the point on the time of the video you want to start playing the video. And this is going to change the embed code generated by Stream. You can even do some additional settings, such as autoplay to on, the video being responsive, so or not the title, and even the player size. You can move between different resolutions available. Once you are done, you just simply copy embed code, and you can go to your SharePoint site to start playing with the videos. I will show this in a demo where we are focused on the different web part we have for videos and also on creating video pages and so on. So moving back to the slides. Sorry for not being able to load the video. I don't know what's happening with the Stream app, but something is wrong, obviously, or weird, or who knows. Things happens with the demos. Okay, so what about video web parts, video portals, and pages? What are the main building blocks we have? Of course, since the Stream web app is totally based in SharePoint, we had the possibility to create any kind of video portal we could imagine using the templates we have available today. So, you know, the base templates are team sites, communication sites. I will be showing you a demo of the video portal that is based on a team site. It's not going to look like a team site, but, you know, we can today just customize a site that was formerly a team site to be very similar to a communication site. We can take advantage of model pages where we can easily add videos by simply using drag and drop or making use of model web parts. In this case, I'm talking about file and media web part. Just to feature a simple video, I can also add videos in the hero web part, or why not quick links web part to provide links to different videos. And then I have the highlight content web part, where I have the possibility to display a list of videos meeting specific conditions. And then we are going to have the new Stream web part that is coming soon. I think it's coming over the summer. That is going to replace the classic Stream web part that is being deprecated. So when I talk about video portals, I mean in this. So it's very simple on the landing page of my home site in SharePoint Online to have a featured video like this one. Here I'm using the file and media web part. I can have different videos on the hero web part. In this case, you have 3 tiles configuration for the hero web part, and on each of the tiles, I have a video. This is the hero web part. And of course, I can have just a list of videos that are important using the highlighted web part. That is very powerful because I can do a query and just getting the videos that are more interesting for my audience. This is another example of a video portal where I have a different setup. Again, I have, highlight content, highlight video content, or latest videos, depending on the conditions you have defined on the highlight content web part. Again, videos in the hero web part. This is the highlighted content web part. And talking about the Stream web part, here you have some time frames about when you should expect to have the web part, when the classic Stream web part is going to be deprecated. So it's expected to be deprecated in August, as you can see here. And yeah, everything is happening around summer. And support of the new Stream web part across different building blocks of the Stream is coming between now and the end of the year. And as you can see in here, last date for supporting a classic Stream web part is 15th of February 2025. We have a lot of time to still using it, but the idea is that we have to start thinking on the new string web part in this case. So demo number 2, video web parts, video portals and pages. So for that, I have a cool demo. Let's hope we are not going to have again demo effect in here. So in this case, I'm going to access SharePoint tab, SharePoint application, sorry. So I have this community events site I normally use for my events. And in here I have like the conference demos sites, and I should have a specific site for today's event, aMS Berlin 2023. I have in here. So this is my video portal. I did my homework. So I have everything prepared in terms of using the Hero Web Park with different set of videos. The videos are located in this specific site. I also have the quick videos, quick links web park where I have, links to other videos I have in here. This is the file and media web park configured with a specific video. And this is just the highlighted content web part with different videos that are either in this site or why not on all the sites joined to the hub, because actually this specific site is joined to a hub site. So I can get videos from any of the sites that are joined to the hub. And then in here, you can see 2 different options to show a video. One of the options is, and one of the options I use in the classic string web part, and here I'm using the ability to show a video by using an embed code. Let me show this. So first of all, I'm going to edit my page. And as you can see here, this is the Hero web part. And I can edit this web part. And very straightforward. I only need to link a video that is in this site. And then, boom, the Hero web part is going to be able to represent the video in here. I can put a title. I can do many things. So click on change. And there you go. You can choose your videos in here. So that's going to work. And I did the same for every of the videos I have in here. What about the quick links web part? Well, also very straightforward. I can edit this simple link. In this case, I'm using a link to a custom page I have here in my portal. I will show you in a minute. And the same happens with the second link. What about this and file and media web part? Well, also quite straightforward. The only thing you need to do is just to indicate the video you want to show in here. So I'm going to change to the market drop map in here. So the video actually is changed. And I can add a description, and then I'm ready to go. What about the highlighted content web part? Well, same idea. I can click on edit the web part, and as you can see here, I have different filter options. So in this case, the cool thing is that I'm getting videos from all the sites that are joined to the hub, and I'm filtering by file type. I'm only getting videos. So this is pretty cool. And then what I'm doing here is just changing the look and feel. I'm using a grid, but I can move to a list, to a carousel, to a compact view, or to film strip. And this is pretty cool. Of course, I can also choose the number of videos I want to show, and so on. Last but not least, this is the String Classic web part. It's quite clear. As you can see here, this is String Classic. I have decided to show a single video. This is the string address for the video. And I could even say at what point in the time I want the video to play. And what about this one? Well, as you can see here, this is just the embed code web part. And here I have my embed code provided by Microsoft Stream Web App. I simply paste it, and I'm ready to go. Pretty cool. So I'm going to repurpose this page, and I'm going to show you all contours of videos, because you can do even more themes. What I have done in here? Well, very straightforward. This is just a simple document library web part where I'm filtering by a folder where I only have videos. Let me show this. I'm going to click on edit, and I'm going to click on edit pencil in here. And as you can see here, I'm just showing content from this document library. The view is all documents, and just getting all the content that is in the videos and recording folder that are videos actually. Nothing fancy here. What about then? What is the interesting thing in here? Well, I have here a file and media web part that is connected to the documents library web part. So I can click on edit, I have a connection in here to this web part. So if I repurpose again, this is how it's going to work. I select the video, and boom, I'm seeing the video in here. I can play the video, and it's going to work. That's absolutely perfect. Let's go back to the slides. So yeah, really, really nice how it works. So moving forward, still some things to finish. We also have a Steam mobile app. I'm not going to demo the Steam mobile app because I don't have time. But the idea is that in your mobile, iOS, Android, you are able to do most of the things that you can do in the Steam app today. So you can find your videos, you can favorite your videos, you can play the videos, and even you can see the videos offline. That's very interesting. So you can see, you can have a personalized feed, you can do a deep search, and you can organize your stuff. This is a comparison between the current classic Steam mobile app and the new Steam mobile app. There is not full parity yet between both, but it's coming. That's the important, one of the important learnings from today in terms of the mobile app. Of course, all the new features are coming to the new Steam mobile app, such as offline download and payback, or a load from camera roll, or some more themes. What are the themes? Of course, very important to be able to see videos on the go, so you don't need to be connected. That's pretty cool. And what about playlist creation with Microsoft Lists? Well, the idea is that we have a specific templates for Microsoft Lists that it allows us to create lists of videos and organize the videos on that list. Playlists are powered by a specific Microsoft List template. Yeah, we can create personal playlist or organizational playlist. This is based on Microsoft List, so that's why we can do that. This is a playlist. I already showed you one. And what about string integration in Microsoft Teams? Well, we have two options to integrate string in Microsoft Teams through Viva connections or personal apps, or through SharePoint pages added as a tabs in Teams channel. That means that, for instance, my video portal, I can integrate if it's my home site using Viva connections or by a personal app. In the future, since I'm going to be able to have more than a home site, it will be possible to have more. I don't know how Microsoft is going to call more Viva connections on Teams. So I could potentially have like different video portals on Teams. And of course, I can create different tabs on my channels where I can point actually to SharePoint pages where I can have videos. So this is an example of the video portal displayed as an app in Teams, and you have another example of video pages in a channel in Teams. So Viva Connections, personal app, video page as a tab in a Teams channel. Demo number 3, playlist and Teams integration. So I'm going to go back to my slides. So in my virtual machine, there I go. So okay, maybe too fast. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so first thing I'm going to do is to show you how we can create a playlist. To create a playlist, I'm going to do it in this demo video portal. So I'm going to go to the home site in here. So the home page, if I'm able to do, click on the logo. I was telling you that this is a team site. It doesn't look like a team site, but it's actually a team site. I'm going to click on list, and I'm going to find the playlist template. There we go. So this is how actually the playlist looks like. Fine, this is what I want it. And I want to click on using this template. So I'm going to name this as aMS Berlin 2023 playlist. Very original name, as you can see. I'm going to paste the same description. I'm going to click on create. And now the next thing I have to do is just to start adding videos to my playlist, adding items to the list. So I'm going to click on add a new item, and it's going to look like for any place across Microsoft 365 where I have access, so I can look for my videos. So it can be the current site, this is what I'm going to do, but can be any site or can be OneDrive for Business. So in this case, I'm going to click on video recordings, and boom, I'm going to select all the videos. I'm going to click on select, and I have my full playlist ready and working. So I can move between the videos, I can play the videos, Hold on a second with me. Yeah, so in here you have just the stream video player, and you can see the familiar options about the video, comments, analytics, and so on. Pretty cool. So let's see the analytics. No data still to display because I loaded the videos in this site like 2 days ago, I think. No, but the idea is that as soon as your users start to play the videos, you're going to see analytics, of course, to see comments in there, and any kind of settings you apply in there. So as you can see, this is a list behind the scenes with a specific view that is playlist. Of course, you can do some filtering in here if you want it. The user experience can be improved, but you can see you can filter by title, by duration, and so on. So that's about Microsoft List integration with Microsoft Stream through the playlist. What about Teams? Well, I have here in the Teams client. I cannot show you this in the new Teams client because I cannot have applications on the new Teams client, but I can do this in the current Teams client. So as you can see here, first of all, bad news to you, you cannot see a playlist today in Teams. This is the experience you have just in case you want to test it. So if this is a grid view, you cannot see the playlist in the same format you are seeing in SharePoint. I can add a new tab in here. I'm going to add SharePoint pages. Interesting thing here is that as soon as you click on SharePoint pages, it's going to offer you the possibility to add videos pages. This videos page, it does not exist initially in your site, same as news. But as soon as you click in here, it's going to exist. I can click on save. And I have my videos in here. This is the highlight content web part. And I can show you this in a minute. So I'm going to click on the settings of the tab. I'm going to go to the website. As you can see here, I have just created the video connections page, initially in the layouts folder, but I can edit this page and make my page. This is the highlight content web part. I can click on edit, and I can do the changes I want. Cool. Let's go back to the slides. We're almost there. Okay. What about migration? Well, Stream Classic to Stream on SharePoint migration. I don't want to do a demo here, but if you are still using Stream Classic, this is something I have to do by myself. You need to hurry up because Microsoft is just in the process of deprecating a Classic Stream, and you should start thinking of migrating your content in Classic Stream to Stream on SharePoint. You have until the 15th of February to do that. And for doing the migration, you are going to use Migration Manager. Microsoft Stream team built a connector for Microsoft Stream to enable us to migrate content from Classic Stream to Stream on SharePoint. I'm missing a demo I want to do for you. So what is coming? This was actually shared by the Stream team after the Microsoft 365 conference in Vegas this year. So they are working on providing video first SharePoint pages. We will see what it means, but you can see page templates, enhancements in video web parts, and so on. So the Stream web part is coming to display single and multiple videos, video page templates. The new Stream web part, of course, with many of the features we mentioned here, transcript, closed captions, search, chapters, and so on. Improvements in the Stream app, such as, for instance, we don't have this yet, but it's coming. Be able to make a video as favorite directly from the Stream app. We already saw we can do a recording, we can upload content, and so on. And the video recording improvements, many of the things that are mentioned here, we already have it. So I can put a backdrop in here, custom one. I have a toolbar to edit and enhance the video. Weekly updates about, weekly updates, no, test in my videos. Type use the teleprompter to help you on your video recordings. Sorry, that's the teleprompter, yeah. Much more things that are coming, such as faster video loading, automatic transcript generation. That's interesting. In the same way we have in Teams today, when we start the recording a session, the transcript can be immediately started, and things like that. And yeah, a classic stream to stream on SharePoint migration. Maybe you don't want to migrate everything you have in your classic stream, so you are going to have the possibility to apply filters when doing the migration. A quick recap, and I hope I have time for do a short demo about the recording feature. So yeah, Stream on SharePoint is the last version of Microsoft Enterprise Video Platform. That means that I think this is the version number 3, because first of all, we have Office 365 Video, then Stream 1.0, and now we have Stream 2.0, 2 million being blocks, as we mentioned, Stream Start Page and Stream App. We have a modern video player with lots of fine-tuning options for enhancing user experience when viewing a video. We can create videos in there up to 15 minutes. This is a limitation we have today, but fully customizable. Yeah, we have a strong integration with Teams and SharePoint Online and so on. Some reference as always. So let me start sharing my screen because I'm going to stop my camera. Hold on a second, and I will be sharing again because I want to show you the recording feature. So just hold on a second, stay with me. So stop camera. So I'm going to present you again the screen, share screen. I don't know if you are seeing this. Oh, wait a second, hold on a second with me. Yeah, there we go. So let me go to the stream web app, and I'm going to start a new recording, last demo, I promise you. So I'm going to click on camera recording. Let's hope this is going to work. It's loading. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, I need to allow themes in here. So allow my camera, allow the macro. Okay, it's coming here. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting because it's not showing my camera because it's choosing different source, but as you can see here, you can choose between different backdrops, even animated ones. So I'm going to take this one. Let me change the camera options in here. There we go. So not actually you are going to see myself, I hope. So we can put a text in here with some text in here. Okay, retry camera. Oh, it's a pity. Well, hold on a second. Okay, I'm going to close this. I guess it's because, yeah, my camera is still is there. Okay, I think I cannot show you the demo. Sorry for that. I apologize. Because it's not working. It's doing something. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, I think with that, I think we can finish the session. I cannot show you the demo because it's not working. So last themes is that Microsoft is doing some themes in Microsoft Stream. There are some themes being developed yet, like 19 features in there, 7 rolling out, 30 launch. So Microsoft is investing a lot on Microsoft Stream. Apologize for the demo because my camera now is busy with I don't know what. You cannot see even me. That's interesting. Let me see if actually I can re-enable myself in there. Hold on a second. Start camera. Settings. Yeah, I think you can see me again. Perfect. Sorry for that. I think it's because of, I don't know, something with the StreamYard or whatever. So let me go back to the slides. So yeah, as I was saying, Microsoft is cooking some themes in Microsoft Streams. And that's all what I have. Sorry for the 2 problems with the demos. I wasn't expecting that. And now if you have any questions, I'm available through the chat in the streaming. So if you want to ask me anything about the content of the session, that's absolutely fine. I will be sharing the slides with the organization team, with Patrick and Hans and the rest of the crew, and also in my slide share, just for your knowledge. And that's all what I have today.
Yeah, I think Juan Carlos, there is no question around. So yeah, thank you for the sessions.
Thank you very much. And sorry for the demo. The
Yeah,
demo
don't worry
problems.
about that. Yeah, it happens sometime.
Yeah,
Thank you for everything.
Okay, enjoy the rest of the event and thanks.
Thank you.